Welcome to the International House of Estonia, the place where your life in Estonia begins. Book a visit to the International House of Estonia. We are here to provide you with the help and information you need to settle in Estonia simply and smoothly. Several government organisations have gathered under one roof to offer you a wide range of services in a quicker and more comfortable way. Make use of our services by visiting one single location, receive immigration advice, receive an ID code, and also register your new address in Estonia. You can receive information on learning the Estonian language, advice on housing or healthcare. You can attend integration courses, and spouses can receive career information, as well as networking and cultural events. All this at the International House of Estonia. Visit workinestonia.com/international house. Choose the right service and book an appointment today. It is simple, convenient and free of charge. We look forward to seeing you at the International House of Estonia. Book your visit workinestonia.com/international house.
Ja hallo, pitsad või? Äkki sa saad ette need pitsad sinna postkasti peale panna, kui sa võtad lillepotti?
Tahaksin paremini eesti keelt rääkida.
Estonian Language House helps. If you want to learn a language as fast as possible, you should study every day at least a little. Estonian Language House is a place where you can learn and practice Estonian whenever and however is best for you. To find the best way to learn, contact Estonian Language House. Our consultants are waiting for your call at the free number 800-9999. It doesn't matter if you choose a language course or e-learning. The most important is that if you are consistent with your studies, you will see results. Together, we will find the solution.
Millal siis leivad ühte kappi paneme ja ma ütlesin, et tänapäeval ei pane enam keegi leibusid ühte kappi, et ikka failid ühte serverisse.
Tahaksin paremini eesti keelt rääkida.
Estonian Language House is a place where you can learn and practice Estonian whenever and however is best for you. A language course is not the only way to learn a language, because language learning is the most effective when you stay in the language environment. You can communicate with your Estonian friends and coworkers, watch Estonian movies, theatrical plays and TV shows, and listen to the radio. To find the best way to learn, contact Estonian Language House. Our consultants are waiting for your call at the free number 800-9999. The more you stay in the Estonian language environment, the faster you use language as your native. Together, we will find the solution.
Tervist! Sõidame siit ümber punase maja, siis keerame vasakule.
Tahaksin paremini eesti keelt rääkida.
Estonian Language House helps. Language learning requires dedication, and the more you practice a language, the faster you'll get the results. Estonian Language House is a place where you can learn and practice Estonian whenever and however is best for you. To find the best way to learn, contact Estonian Language House. Our consultants are waiting for your call at the free number 800-9999. Only dedication brings great results. Together, we will find the solution.
My name is Apalake. I've been here since last year, February. I moved in to study. I'm undergoing my master's degree in International Business Administration.
My name is Benita Diosha and I'm from Nigeria. I am currently in high school now, just studying at Magdalena. And I got here with my mom because she was already in Estonia, so we joined her as a family.
I got to this link, Settle in Estonia, and then I saw that some of these programs are on and it's also free. Consultancy is also free, so I had to enroll for the A1 Estonian language class for 3 months, which I concluded late October.
The A1. I got to learn the easy part of the Estonian language because people say it's really hard, but learning it so quickly, it made me able to understand people when they're talking or read signs. That was really helpful to me.
For me, I feel the basic module was the one I love most because it comprises majorly what you have to learn with the other classes. So it's well loaded. And if you are attentive in the class, you have a lot to take back home. Though it might last for hours, but it's entertaining also because you have breaks in between and you get to relate with new people that you meet in the class. So which is very useful for you in your daily life. Like in a class, they created a Facebook page
for everyone to join. So we had this when we were about to leave the last day, everyone was like, no, we don't want to go, let's make this last day that everyone's gonna come together and go somewhere. So we went to this hotel in Tallinn and then we went to one of the restaurants to eat, and it was really good.
If you really want to get fully integrated into the system, even if you don't have friends around, when you go for these classes, you get to meet people and make new friends.
Tere, ma olen Thai, ma olen Vietnamist pärit ja ma töötan Hambarstina Tallinnas. I grew up in the central Vietnam. Well, actually, I don't really like the hot climate. That's why when I was here, it's quite nice, and you have your own personal space, and I kind of be myself more than I was in Vietnam. That's why I moved here. Ma arvan, et on 4 asju teevad mind õnneliku siin. Need on korralik töökoht, armutus, vabadus ja turvalisus. Hambarstina, ma arvan, et eestikeelne oskus on väga oluline mulle 2 moel. Esiteks, sest oma tööl ma pean rääkima nii palju patsiendiga ja on lihtsam patsiendile, kui räägime eesti keeles. Ja teiseks, et karjääri areng on vajab suurepärast eesti keele oskust, sest enamasti koolitus ja eriti residentuur on eesti keeles. Siis kui ma saan osaleda, siis ma pean eesti keelt oskama.
Tere, mina olen Olena. Ma olen pärit Ukrainast, olen elanud Eestis 8 aastat, praegu töötan Veriffis analüütikuna. Ma tulin Eestisse 7 või 8 aastat tagasi, 2014. aastal. Ma otsustasin teha magistratuuri politoloogias Tartu Ülikoolis. Tegelikult umbes kohe, kui mu programm lõppes, ma asusin tööle sealsamas ülikoolis. Ja kindlasti mulle aitas see, et ma kuskil oma selle magistratuuri keskel alustasin õppima eesti keelt, et ma kohe ütlesin, et jah, ma õpin praegu, võib-olla ma ei räägi kohe, aga tulevikus ma kindlasti räägin ja siis see aitas mind saada tööd. Tänu eesti keele ma tean rohkem inimesi, et mul on rohkem, mu võrgustik on natuke laiem ja siis tänu sellele ma tean, kui kuskil on mingid võimalused, tunnen ennast võib-olla natuke enesekindlamalt tööturul. Et ikkagi Tallinnas mõnedes kohtades küsitakse eesti keelt, mõnedes kohtades ei ole väga suur nõudlus. Aga ja, minu jaoks eesti keel on pigem selline asi, mis aitab mind elada Tallinnas väga mugavalt. Ja see on väga mugav isiklikult mulle, et ma tean kõik need keeled, et ei juhtu selline olukord, et ma ei saa aru midagi või et ma ei saa nagu suhelda kellegagi tööl või vabal ajal või kuskil nagu tänaval. Et kui rohkem ma olen nagu eestikeelses keskkonnas, siis paremaks läheb minu eesti keel. Ma arvan.
Ma olen Katarina, ma tulin Eestis 5 aastat tagasi. Ma tulin vabatahtlikuna Euroopa Liidu projektis.
Good morning, everybody here in the hall and those who are watching us in internet. Welcome to the 10th Migration Conference from Emergency Reception to Integration at Local Level, Best Practices in the Nordic and Baltic Countries. My name is Raul Eamets and I am a professor at Tartu University, Dean of Faculty of Social Sciences, and I will moderate the very first part of the presentation. This conference is arranged in the framework of a Nordic-Baltic project fostering refugees and immigration integration at a local level by creating country-specific intersectional cooperation models and regional networks of practitioners. When we initiated this project, nobody expected these events we are facing today, and in this framework, our topic and our discussions are very valuable and very actual. But this was a very short introduction, and I would like to give a floor for a welcome notes to the Mayor of Tartu, Urmas Klaas, please.
Dear guests, conference participants, welcome to Estonia and welcome to Tartu and welcome to Estonian National Museum. Today we find ourselves in a situation in which war is taking place very close to home in Ukraine. The horrors of war have forced more than 6 million Ukrainians to flee their homes in search of safety. They are war refugees. Around 80% of them are women and children. This means that families have been broken up, men have been left to defend their homeland. Since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, it has been our mission and purpose to help the Ukrainian refugees in the best possible way, so that not a single person fleeing the war is left without help and support. And as a country, as a local government, what is important, as a community, as a group of friends, and as individuals. Here in Estonia and also in Tartu, we found ourselves for the first time, really for the first time, in a situation where thousands of refugees were arriving every single day. And we had, as mentioned, to act very quickly to find shelter for those thousands of people who had no one to stay with, providing them with shelter, even if it was only a temporary place. Today, the influx of refugees has dropped significantly compared to the end of February or the beginning of March. But the crisis is not yet over. Our main focus must now be on integrating the refugees into Estonian society. Cooperation between the state and local governments is of the utmost importance here, as it is the cities and rural municipalities that are left to deal with a large part of the issues related to the presence here on refugees. In Tartu, we have been committed from the very beginning to ensuring that refugees who have arrived here can settle into life in Tartu as quickly as possible. Since the end of March, we have been offering free Estonian language courses in cooperation with Tartu High School, and all those we wish to do so, and also we are offering a place at school or nursery school, and are able to take part, that our refugees are able to take part in different activities. I am very happy in that context and pleased that we have here in Tartu also very active Ukrainian community. And this Ukrainian community has made a significant contribution in promoting Ukrainian culture and involving people from Ukraine in local activities. Their help in sharing information, how to start a life in Estonia and in Tartu, has also been significant. Here in Tartu is also a humanitarian aid center run in cooperation between volunteers and the city government, and this aid center, war refugees can receive material assistance to furnish their homes or obtain basic needs. Dear friends, I wish your conference success in finding the keys and opportunities to unlocking the doors to ending the horrors of this war. In meantime, we are giving all the help we can to those war refugees. We are forced to be far from home with their families, far from the choice of freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mir. And now we have floor for our Minister of Culture of Estonia, Tiit Terik, and he will give his remarks from Tallinn, as he has important meetings today in Tallinn, so he can't participate physically, but I hope we will get contact via our tools. Welcome, Minister, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, and also greetings from Tallinn, dear conference participants, dear friends from Nordic and Baltic countries, Honorable Mayor of Tartu. Yes, an important topic you have chosen for today. Estonia has a long-term experience in implementing integration policies at the national level during the last 25 years. And Estonia has far adopted and carried out the 3 national integration plans. Current one, the 4th integration plan, is called Cohesive Estonia 2030. And the general objective is to promote that Estonia is a cohesive and inclusive society. This plan actually have been drafted in cooperation with different partners and adopted by the Estonian government last year, actually in November. Culture certainly means contacts between people and shared values and common meanings. All these aspects give us an idea how cohesive our society really is. Networking and sharing good practices, these are also very important factors in implementation of integration policies. And cooperation between Nordic and Baltic countries in these issues is also most important. We see especially important role of local governments in this process. As Mr. Mayor already said, local governments are doing their best and also putting a lot of effort and resources into the process of integration and welcoming the war refugees at the moment, which is a quite difficult time. With its population, Estonia is a small country, 1.3 million people. And Estonia is also a home for different ethnic groups and nationalities. After us, Estonians, we have here a large communities of Russians, Ukrainians, Belarusians, and of course Finns. Most of non-ethnic population settled here in Estonia from different parts from former Soviet Union after the Second World War. But newly arrived immigrants in Estonia, their proportion in Estonia is still rather small. From my point of view, the key to integration and to adaptation and living in our society is language. Knowing the language of the country where do you live, and mainly knowing the language is also a question of motivation. Motivation to be a part of society. And Estonians might be sometimes not very open and open-hearted people, but when you are moving to Estonia and try to speak Estonian language, I think it's a key to open everybody's heart. The humanitarian crisis caused by the war in Ukraine is a kind of integration exam for Estonian society, because the number of people with other language and cultural background is growing here in Estonia rapidly. I think you all know that only the refugees from Ukraine, the number of people is around 3% out of Estonian population. It's a very, very rapid growth of one national group in Estonia, and it's of course, as I mentioned, a great exam for us in Estonia. Of course, Estonia stands with Ukraine and supports Ukrainian war refugees to settle in here, to find their way and to be a part of our society. In any case, as a society, we must take into account that the great many people from Ukraine, but also from the Russian Federation and elsewhere, will stay here for more than 1 month or even 1 year. For us, it means that it's important to provide them every help we can. And as I mentioned, language, it is very important to manage by your own, to know the local language, and of course to understand where you are living now. For that, Estonia offers for the newcomers and war refugees adaptation programs and of course language courses. Our last additional budget we made addresses that also very seriously. Integration, as you all know very well, is a two-way process that requires a joint cooperation and efforts for both of us, for newcomers and also the residents. But we must maintain cohesion of our society and pay attention that people with different language and cultural backgrounds also understand our cultural patterns and ways of living and actively also take part in our society. Social contacts are needed to cope in society, and integration never ends. It's an ongoing process. And the key is willingness and cooperation. And local government, as I mentioned, has a great deal of power in this area. So we are all in it together, from the state level, from the local level, different communities and different non-governmental organizations. Dear organizers of the conference, thank you very much for choosing this important topic. I wish you all success for today's discussions and all the best for the future for all of us. Thank you.
And thirdly, I would like to invite here for a welcome remarks Krister Hoglund, Director of the Nordic Council of Minister Office in Estonia. Please.
Thank you, distinguished Minister, Mayor, guests, colleagues, friends, kära vänner. What is happening in Europe and in the world right now will bring along changes for a very long time. We are, as it seems, living the moment of a dramatic time in history. Modern Europe, actually the whole world, the welfare model that we are used to and the values of our way of living are in crisis. The Greek word crisis, krisis, means separation, decision, choice, even judgment. And very rightfully, we all have in this moment of crisis an important choice to make now. Are we on the side of good or evil, democracy or authoritarianism, how to save Ukraine, how to support the people of Ukraine, how to help the refugees of Ukraine escaping from the war cruelly launched by Russia. Millions of people in Ukraine are displaced because of this war and terror. Women and children fleeing from the war zone and moving to other countries. This really is a moment of decision, of making a choice how to act, if to support the people who have fled to leave their home, how to support them, and of course, how to help to end the war. Receiving and welcoming the refugees, integrating them to the receiving society are enormous tasks and challenges that need a full attention and dedication even in our Nordic-Baltic region. Over 6 million people have left Ukraine. The catastrophe, the humanitarian crisis in the middle of Europe, in Ukraine, continues to worsen, and needs of people displaced and everybody else affected by the war in Ukraine are growing rapidly. This is a situation nobody could predict when starting to plan our Nordic-Baltic joint project for supporting integration of immigrants in our home region last year. But there is no doubt that we have to cope with this new reality. And we are sure that this project and our today's meeting may have an important input to our joint effort in helping to solve the challenges facing us. All the Nordic and Baltic countries are actively engaged in receiving refugees from Ukraine. Estonia has received over 38,000 refugees of war from Ukraine since February. The question is how to help all these newcomers from Ukraine and Russia and from other countries to integrate to the receiving societies. The Nordic-Baltic project 4IN sets an aim to create a Nordic-Baltic network of practitioners working in the field of integration to strengthen the capacities of local authorities, civil society, refugee and immigrant communities and other integration actors in this very important integration process. Today's conference held here at this beautiful museum is also part of that and has been initiated by the Nordic Council of Ministers offices in the Baltics together with several important partners. The project has the following aims: to contribute to the development of local level reception and integration capacities and integration action planning, and to facilitate the development of regional networks of integration practitioners by showcasing existing good practices and knowledge exchange. The main activities of the project are study visits and joint workshops for sharing of experiences. One of the main goals is to support the Nordic-Baltic cooperation by developing a regional network of integration practitioners and grassroots level organization. The Foreign Project and today's conference are launched and supported by the Nordic Council of Ministers, UNHCR, Ministry of Culture of Estonia, Tartu Welcome Centre, University of Tartu, and many other partners. We are very thankful for wonderful cooperation with our main project partners in Estonia, Anne-Ly Reima from the Ministry of Culture, Jaanika Hango from Tartu Welcome Centre, the moderators and representatives of our partner organizations, Professor Raul Eamets from the University of Tartu and Karolis Tsibas from UNHCR, and to the City Government of Tartu, Head of International Relations Iris Allorg, and Mayor of Tartu Urmas Klaas. We are very grateful also to the Estonian National Museum for letting us in and for offering this opportunity to arrange our conference in this wonderful building. Please let me also extend our greatest gratitude to all speakers from all the Nordic and Baltic countries. Dear friends, if we all contribute to the best of our abilities, then we will make the world a better place for many, many people. For example, me and my wife, we decided to take 2 Ukrainian refugees to our home in Helsinki. And I have to say that it is heartbreaking to listen to their experiences. And we are so glad to be able to help them. And our little dog, even though it's little, it plays a big role because it seems that she is a brilliant therapy for these refugees. So each and every one of us can help in different ways. Attending this conference is also one important step forward. So welcome to all of you participating here in Tartu or over the web. Wish you a very good and successful conference. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Krister. And before we will move to our first keynote speaker, I would like to say a few technical notes. As you will see on screen, now you can see it, we would like to have your active participation not only in this hall, but also those who are watching us in internet. So please go to the address mentioned here, menti.com. We are using a Mentimeter environment for questions and comments. And those who would like to have asked from audience, please raise your hands and we will deliver a microphone. So you have to ask using a microphone. And here you can see also the code 7895227. You can enter to the program. Our day is organized in this way that we will have 2 keynote speakers, then we have a first panel, and then we have a break, and then we have a second panel, and then we will conclude, and hopefully we will end as it planned around 3:30 or close to that. But now I would like to introduce next speaker, Tiit Tammaru. He's a professor of urban and population geography at the University of Tartu. He's also a member of Academy of Science in Estonia, and he also a research professor in Academy of Science in Estonia. To be honest, there are very few academics who can have such an impressive list of academic positions. He is a leading expert in migration in Estonia, also in spatial segregation. He's my good old friend. We, Tiit, me, and also Madis Kanarbik from Nordic Council of Ministers office in Tartu. We initiated this series of conferences 10 years ago. We used to have them in Tallinn, and now it's the first attempt to have a conference here in Tartu. I sincerely hope this will be not the last conference, that our cooperation, successful cooperation will continue. But the topic of Tiit Tammaru is where do refugees live and work in Sweden, how has it changed in time, and he will talk about trajectories and spatial assimilation. So, Tiit, please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Raul, for these kind words. Good morning, and I'm very pleased to be here today and share my thoughts based on research made in Sweden. Of course, today our thoughts are mainly in Ukraine and the refugees of Ukraine that are also in large numbers in Estonia. And we will talk during this conference a lot about practical issues of how to handle refugee populations. But my role today is to provide a bit of larger or wider context on this topic. And this conference has a 10-year history, and so is 10-year history in my research on Sweden. We have studied with colleagues from Sweden, Poland, and Netherlands for 10 years already different aspects of migrant and refugee populations in Sweden. And of course, if we talk about refugees, we often think of this as a temporary phase in people's lives. But what we also know in reality is that many refugees stay, especially if they go for longer destinations, longer or more distant destinations, and when the problems at their homeland persist for a long period of time. And when we talk about, and then we need to talk about integration, and of course integration has different ways how to conceptualize it and how to measure it and how to understand it. And of course it relates somehow to the accumulation of the host country's specific skills, such as language skills. It relates to the identities and identity changes of people. But it also relates to the contacts with local people, about the direct and first-hand contacts. That means that there is also a spatial dimension to the integration of the refugees and migrants. And my talk today will also focus on the geographies of integration, about the spatial dimension of integration. And with spatial segregation, we mean that different groups either live or work apart. And with the spatial assimilation term, we mean that people either live or work together. And so also in my talk, when I discuss about spatial assimilation, I will deal with living and working together or apart from Swedes. And more specifically, I would like to show you what have been the most typical spatial assimilation trajectories among the newly arrived immigrants. But I will not deal with recent immigrants, but I deal with earlier waves of migrants. And this is because we study Swedish migration and integration processes based on Swedish population register, which is extremely detailed. So we are able to longitudinally follow people over time. We are able to link people with their neighbors and co-workers and colleagues so that we know what is the residential and workplace context of migrants and refugees. But since this is also vulnerable group that we are studying, Swedish Statistical Office only provides data with a significant time lag for these people. And since we also wanted to follow a rather long-term integration process, especially since it takes time in Sweden to enter the labor market, so that's why we are dealing with the earlier refugee and migrant flows, not with the current ones. And we focus on migrants in 3 major cities of Sweden. That includes Stockholm, Malmö, and Gothenburg. And we follow people 10 years since arrival. So migrants arrive at different years, and we follow each migrant cohort for 10 years. So that's the window that we are following people. And then we use sequence analysis to trace what are then the most typical sequences, how people change their residential neighborhoods and workplaces, and does it lead to living and working together or apart? And our study is guided by the theory, and according to the spatial assimilation hypothesis, there should be a certain sequence of events. And the kind of integration processes and this spatial dimension of integration, according to this view, should start from the labor market. Upon arrival, sorry, the point doesn't work. Upon arrival, if we look at this workplace history line, usually people don't have work. Then very often the first job is received through co-ethnic networks. Thank you. And it's often a niche work in restaurants, in the cleaning sector, in the construction sector, and so on. But with time, migrants are expected to proceed outside the migrant niches and to workplaces where also the members of the host population are living. And this progression of migrants and refugees on the labor market then should also contribute to the progression in the living environment. And if we look at the neighborhood trajectory line, then very often it is expected that migrants live in segregated neighborhoods. But with time, and as the labor market situation improves, they move out from these segregated neighborhoods and move to the neighborhoods that are maybe more wealthy and where local people are overrepresented. So that's what we wanted to find out, and my findings are summarized to this graph. It is a bit crowded, but I tried to go through this step by step to show what are maybe the main elements and what are the most typical trajectories of linked residential and workplace histories. First, there are 7 rows here, which means that we were able to detect 7 most typical residential and workplace trajectories. Second, on all these 14 graphs, time runs from left to right. So on each graph, we follow migrants for 10 years. And then what is important are the colors. And the yellow, light yellow color refers to spatial assimilation. That is, migrants either live or work together with Swedes. And red refers to the opposite. That is, migrants mainly live or work together with other migrants and refugees. And this brownish in between shows to more and indicates more mixed workplaces and residential neighborhoods. And in case of workplace trajectories, you also see a black color, and black means that people are still outside the labor market. And again, time runs from left to right, and so on the left-hand side of the work trajectory, you see that there is black color dominating, meaning that in the beginning, as people arrive, they don't have work at hand, but with time they enter to the labor market, so the black color decreases on these workplace trajectory graphs. So what is maybe then interesting and important to point out from this graph? First, if we look at the 7 graphs of workplace histories, we see that black is very much dominating. In 4 most common trajectories out of 7, the dominant position of people is outside of the labor market, or they enter very, very slowly to the labor market. And only the 3 top workplace trajectories indicate rather rapid entering to the labor market and getting a job. Still, if we focus on these 3 upward graphs of work trajectories, we see that only the top one, the very first, shows that migrants also work together with Swedes, and the other 2 indicate that people are working in more or less segregated workplaces. In short, only one trajectory shows a rapid entering the labor market and working outside the migrant niches, and all other trajectories either indicate to working in migrant niches or not having a work at all. Then if to look at the residential trajectories, the first column, we see much more yellow here, which is maybe a bit unexpected, but it means that many migrants, through the first years in Sweden, they actually live in such neighborhoods where Swedes are still a dominant group or in a majority. However, what is maybe interesting on these residential trajectories is that none of them show that migrants first live in segregated neighborhoods and then with time move to those neighborhoods where Swedes are in majority. In other words, none of the trajectories indicates residential assimilation over time. Rather, what we see that in the three last figures of residential trajectories, the residential segregation is growing with time. Finally, what relates to this graph, what is interesting, how the residential and workplace trajectories relate to each other. And if we look at those three graphs where we see rapid entering of the labor market, and what are the corresponding residential histories, then they all start from living in non-segregated neighborhoods. In other words, somehow, whatever the mechanism exactly is, but migrants and refugees who settle in non-segregated neighborhoods, who have Swedish neighbors, also enter labor market more rapidly and also enter the workplaces where Swedes are in majority. And on the other hand, all these last three trajectories, where we have very, very slow entering of the labor market, characterize the situation where migrants live in very segregated or also increasingly segregated neighborhoods. This means that we don't find any support to the claim that migrants start their spatial assimilation from workplaces and labor market, and then by accumulating wealth also transmit to the moving of less segregated neighborhoods, but it's the other way around, and living in non-segregated neighborhoods somehow helps people to get the job as well. We were also interested, what are the personal characteristics that put people on those trajectories? And I would highlight three of them, and here the findings are less surprising, they are quite expected. And I focus on the first trajectory, which is the one where both spatial assimilation at places of residence and workplaces has been achieved, and the seventh or the last bottom trajectory, where both residential and workplace disadvantage is the main outcome. Those who arrive young belong more likely to the first trajectory, that is, they achieve spatial assimilation rather rapidly, and those who arrive at older ages, they belong more likely to the seventh or the bottom category with more disadvantage. Likewise, there is a very clear relationship with education. The more educated are those who arrive, the more likely they are to end up on the first trajectory, and the less educated they are, the more likely they are to end in the bottom trajectory with biggest disadvantage. Also, what's interesting is that getting a Swedish spouse is important. Getting a Swedish spouse helps to belong in the first trajectory, and having a migrant spouse puts people more likely to the bottom trajectory. Other characteristics are less straightforward. For example, we didn't find clear relationship between place of residence in Stockholm, Malmö, or Gothenburg and these trajectories, and also with the size of family. Still, there is a tendency that those who have big families tend to end up in the last 10th trajectory. To conclude, what our findings show is that entering the Swedish labor market is very slow to take place. At least it was so in the course of previous refugee flows. And what we maybe a bit surprisingly find that living in non-segregated neighborhoods is positively related to getting a job and working in non-segregated workplaces. So residential assimilation somehow leads to workplace assimilation. And none of the most common geographic integration trajectories start from the labor market success that then transmit to the residential success or moving to the less segregated neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiit. And now we have a couple of minutes for questions. Do we have any questions from audience? Microphone, yes.
Hello, and thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. My question concerns, have you found any differences between how men and women behave? And are there something you can bring out that men integrate better or women integrate better? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, there were some gender differences, but they were not that straightforward. There was a slight difference in which trajectory they are, and men are a bit more likely to be in the first trajectory with working and living together with Swedes, and women are a bit more likely to belong to the most disadvantaged trajectory. And also, there is a slight difference in the gains from Swedish spouse, which tends to be a bit stronger for women compared to men.
Thank you. Karolis, do we have any? Okay, we have already questions from Mentimeter as well. Does Estonia have a population register similar as in Sweden to monitor refugees' integration within the period of 10 years by tracking various integration areas?
Yes, basically we can now do the same in Estonia, just we don't have refugees from the earlier waves to study, but for sure, yeah, from now on we can do it.
And did we have another question as well? Do the finding of your research will apply also for Estonia? Have we any similar results from Estonia? Are immigrants too much concentrated in a specific region in Estonia? You have studied this as much I know.
Of course, yes, every situation is, as we know, different, and also each wave of migrants in Sweden is somewhat different. But of course, there is always this risk of segregation, because we also see in Estonia that the most affordable segment of the housing is the one that is mainly kind of rapidly filling in with the refugees. And we see that there is a connection between where you live and where you work, so there are some things to consider here. What we also see is that the migrants from Ukraine are relatively well educated, and what we at least learn from the Swedish case is that the more educated you are, the easier the integration process would be.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. What about other Swedish cities? I know you analyzed only 3 of them, but hypothesis, let's say that the smaller the Swedish cities are, what about segregation, non-segregation in cities like, I don't know, Linköping, Jönköping, Uppsala, etc.? You didn't analyze, but what do you forecast?
we know that in Nordic countries, and Sweden is also one of them, we have these dispersal policies of refugees, but we also know that many of them still then end up living in the main cities. Yeah, we haven't specifically studied, but there is this very big controversy of labor market and segregation issues when you live in smaller or bigger city. So in the bigger cities, like those that we studied, it's easier still, even if it's slow, it's still easier to get the job and to integrate, but it's also easier to form segregated communities otherwise. And it's the other way around. In smaller places, it's more difficult to find a job, but it's also more difficult to form such a maybe more segregated and closed communities. So there is a kind of trade-off between overall integration and labor market opportunities in different sizes of the cities.
Thank you. One more question, please, Piret. Here, yes.
Hello, and yeah, I'm Piret. Thank you. I wanted to ask what we should learn now when we have the crisis in Estonia. Many Ukrainians come here. What more we should learn from this, what you told and what you saw in Sweden. And the other thing was, I wanted to ask, how was the language influencing everything?
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, in the Swedish register, we don't know anything about the language. So yeah, we don't know about it. And of course, that is very important. So that is a shortcoming of our study. What to learn from the Estonian perspective, it's again, it's very different context. We have much more women and children, and they are well educated, as mentioned. I mean, that is maybe a positive context. But also we saw from the Swedish context that in addition to where you live, also the number of children are somehow related to disadvantage. So that's also a kind of risky point. We know also in the Estonian context that it's very difficult for women to enter the labor market if you have to deal with your children. So that's certainly one of the big issues we have to think carefully.
So I'm also looking time. Thank you, Tiit, once more for a very interesting presentation. And now I have to deliver my task to the next moderator. The next moderator is Karolis Zibas. He is Integration Officer from UN High Commissioner for Refugees, and he will be moderator for the rest of the day. As Pärnu College is celebrating today his birthday in Pärnu, as a dean I have to go and be there, so I wish you fruitful discussions, and please, Karolis, now is your turn.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good, wonderful day for everyone, dear friends and colleagues. Yeah, my name is Karolis, and I will be here with you whole day today until we make it to the end, hopefully. And best regards from our office, which is in Stockholm, UNHCR Representation of Nordic and Baltic Countries. We're covering all 8 countries, 5 Nordic, 3 Baltics, and we're happy that this time we have speakers from all the 8 Nordic countries and 5 Nordic and 3 Baltic countries. I'm really happy. So now, without further ado, I think we'll go from more macro level, and the more big data to more specific issues. And I would like to invite Professor Christopher, who is an assistant professor at the Department of Public Health at University of Copenhagen. Please take the floor. And also he's part of the Danish Research Center for Migration, and actually he was part of the excellent Nordforsk project Coming to Exile, which is abbreviation is CAGE. So if you haven't seen that, I would definitely suggest you to look at it, because it has really, really rich results and recommendations on various dimensions of integration, including the healthcare, the education, the labor market outcomes, that also illustrates the richness of the population registry that Nordic countries have. So without further ado, Christopher, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And hello to all of you. I'm going to give you a little bit of background about health and well-being in refugee populations, and then suggest a few issues to focus on when we're thinking about how to receive the Ukrainian children and families that are arriving in our countries. So this one. The refugee populations that have come to Europe and to the Nordic countries in the past decades are very diverse, and their experiences before arrival also vary greatly. Nonetheless, these populations are at the same time at risk of facing certain predictable mental health challenges that you can see here are consistently high. There's a big variation in PTSD, in depression, in anxiety, and so on. But at the same time, it's consistently high. Whether it's 1 in 5 or 1 in 2 children that experience symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, it's a big difference, but it's consistently high. So then the question is, of course, how does this apply to the Ukrainian population? I'm not aware of any data that has been published on this yet, but there is a survey from 2019 from Ukraine on the internally displaced populations fleeing the pro-Russian occupied parts of Ukraine. And although they were not targeting children and youth specifically, as you can see, the levels, the rates are very similar to what we see in other refugee populations. So there's really no reason not to be prepared to offer the kinds of psychosocial support that we know is important in other population groups. It may be that those that left in the early days of the invasion were less at risk of being victimized by the invasion army. But beyond direct traumatic experiences, there are other factors at play in these reactions, one of which is separation from caregivers. And as was mentioned, we know that a very big portion of the Ukrainian children will be separated from their fathers especially. Other factors are loss of significant others, in general being ripped out of your familiar context, being a newcomer, being uncertain about the future, and having fear for those left behind. So there's really no reason not to be ready. That said, another consistent finding is that after years in a safe place, these symptoms tend to diminish quite remarkably. So in the literature on the mental health of refugee children, there's been a shift in emphasis from emphasizing the mental health vulnerability of this population group to emphasizing their capacity for resilience. And by resilience, I mean the capacity to flourish, to do well, to thrive, despite hardship, despite horrible experiences. But resilience is not just an individual trait. It's not something that some have it and some don't have it. It's tied up with the environment that they're in. This environment can foster resilience, or it can undermine it. So that's why we find that after years in a safe place, what predicts mental health of refugee children is not so much the experiences before arrival, as much as its experiences within the country of asylum. That should be a cause of optimism, because what happens in our countries is much more in our power to determine than what happens elsewhere. But it's also a great responsibility. What happens in our reception of these families, these children, will have a big impact on their opportunities in life. So what needs to happen when children and youth arrive in a safe place? Well, the first thing that needs to happen is that they need a safe place to be. Waiting times in the asylum system, uncertainty about legal status, about what will happen next year, uncertainty about where to live, forced relocations, all these undermine the possibilities for families to start the process of rebuilding their lives. Stability is needed, and it should be an explicit objective of when we design the reception processes. It's positive, therefore, that in the legal framework that's being applied in the Nordic region and in Europe more generally, it allows Ukrainians to bypass the asylum system, which is notorious for long waiting times and aggravating uncertainties. And it's also recognition, a direct recognition, which I'm just going to say that these systems are not set up to provide a good reception for people in need of protection. At the same time, as Tid also mentioned, it begs the question whether it's realistic to consider these protection needs as temporary. It doesn't break with that assumption. Conflicts, they do tend to last longer than we think at first and than we hope. And living as if in transit is very psychologically draining. And it prevents engaging fully with the process of rebuilding your life. So from the perspective of receiving countries, we need to provide opportunities for families to integrate and to imagine a future in our countries. If we only step up the integration efforts a few years from now when it's clear who will stay and who will go, it's a huge lost opportunity. The next point is to ensure a high-quality health reception when refugees and their families arrive. In this regard, the initial health assessment plays an important role. However, the quality of these health assessments varies quite remarkably, not just across the Nordic region, but within each country within the Nordic region. There is both the basic question of whether or not such an assessment is made, and then there's the more elaborate question of what the assessment contains and what it involves. So if you take Denmark, for example, we do have national guidelines from the national health authorities that emphasize mental health in addition to other health needs, and that deserves to be highlighted as a separate point to safeguard mental health focus in the health reception. But it's not mandatory for municipalities to offer this screening, and they're the ones responsible for the resettlement of refugees. Some municipalities, like Aarhus and Copenhagen, they do offer these assessments routinely and in collaboration with specialized healthcare providers. And a recent evaluation from Aarhus actually found that in 2/3 of the screenings, treatment needs that required a follow-up were identified. So for a screening program, that's a really high yield, 2/3. So there needs to be discussion amongst policymakers at higher levels about what arrangements to put in place to ensure that municipalities that don't have much capacity to do this screening are supported to do it. And just to be clear, this is not a uniquely Danish issue. Research published in Sweden in the past years suggests that even though making a health assessment is mandatory, or offering it is mandatory, acceptance rates varied between counties from 20% to 90%. So that suggests it is something of a geographical lottery whether or not treatment needs are identified sooner or later. It's important that these assessments include the whole family, that they also introduce families to the healthcare system, which is confusing to all of us, so how much more if you're coming from abroad. And importantly, once a healthcare need is identified, it has to be possible to address it without delay. That entails access, and it entails services that are equipped to handle the kinds of challenges that this population is likely to face. And we do, so there is a big variation in capacities to do this. For children, psychosocial support will very often happen at the level of the school, and that makes a lot of sense because schools is such a big part of the reality of children, and at the same time it's a low threshold entry point to provide support, and it's also an entry point that isn't surrounded by any kind of stigma. So for this reason, what happens at schools is really of particular importance. An important objective for both learning and for well-being of these children is that school manage to foster a sense of belonging. It entails restoring normality. When you're new in a place, things are not normal. You don't speak the language, you don't know the people, you're unfamiliar with the norms and the humor and the games and so on. And all these things have to become normal to you, have to become familiar, feel homely. Some enablers of this process is to learn the local language and to, even before you learn the local language, have opportunities to interact with peers, even if non-verbally at first. In the Nordic research literature on this topic, we speak of schools becoming refugee competent. So this is a concept that's used to connect the different capacities that schools need in order to handle a mixed student population that also includes students that have had to flee from their home. So what does it take to handle the often complex educational and psychosocial needs of these children? Well, for starters, it requires dedicated teachers. Several studies have explored how such teachers working with these populations go well beyond their role as teachers. The issues of their students and their families is the last thing on their mind in the evening before going to bed and the first thing in the morning when they wake up. They make a tremendous difference. But without a well-considered arrangements, they do risk burning out. This work needs resources, it needs training, it needs specialized staff with whom they can discuss issues that arise, make referrals, get supervision, and it requires more time than is required for the average student. Time to listen, time to help these students bridge between their prior reality and their new life, their new circumstances. And we do hear from teachers across the Nordic countries that they often feel unequipped for this task. And we hear from municipalities that the arrangements in place at schools very often is the art of the possible. Well, then policymakers at higher levels have to expand the realm of possibility. What are the financing possibilities for municipalities going that extra mile of providing the extra service for refugee children and the families to have a good start? How is the reception monitored? It requires careful planning. The last issue that I want to highlight also has to do with schools. It has to be clear that all children who enter the educational system are equipped to complete upper secondary school, whether academic or vocational, as this will greatly influence their opportunities in life. You could argue that this point is also an aspect of what it means for a school to be refugee competent, and for sure it involves processes at the school, making a plan for each incoming student. Okay, how will they be made ready to make the transition into upper secondary education and to complete it? But it also involves educational planning at higher levels to make sure that there are educational options for children who violate the assumption about progression that is built into the educational system. You know, you start with grade 1 and then you make your way grade by grade through the educational system. The older children are when they arrive, the worse their prospects, precisely because they violate this assumption. So I'm going to illustrate this point using two figures from this report that was mentioned from the Nordic Research Project Coming of Age in Exile, which you can find on the website, and I'll put the link there. The first figure shows the proportion of children, of refugees and locally born peers who are outside of the educational system and the labor market at age 30. So that's the y-axis, the proportion. The first set of columns shows this among those who at age 25 had completed upper secondary education, whether vocational or academic, and the second set of columns among those who had not. The different colors show are each of the Nordic countries then in the study: Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and Finland. So if we put the country comparison to the side for a moment, notice how general the trend is. If you manage to complete upper secondary education, whether you're a refugee or you're locally born, your chance of being outside of the educational system and the labor market at age 30 is relatively small. If you don't manage, then it's relatively high. So getting this is confirmed in many other studies. It's a very general finding. Getting this degree is tremendously important. So we have to get out of the emergency educational framework and think about, okay, education is about the future. It's about investing in the future. The second figure shows these results, again, by each of the Nordic countries, but this time the proportion is the proportion that completed upper secondary education by age 25. So the first set of columns is the native-born, Then you have the refugees that were below 7 when they arrived, the refugees that were between 7 and 14 when they arrived, and then the refugees that were 15 to 17 when they arrived. Notice how in all the Nordic countries, the proportion that gets upper secondary education drops with age at arrival. This really calls for special attention and for dedicated efforts. But notice also how the proportions in Sweden are somewhat higher than in the other Nordic countries. Of course, there can be many reasons why young people don't complete these degrees, but it is striking that among those who were 15 to 17 when they arrived in Sweden, 70% had completed upper secondary education by age 25, and the proportion was about half of that in Denmark and Finland. It suggests room for improvement, and to be fair, these findings summarize data on the refugees that arrived between the mid-80s to 2005. So it's very possible that many improvements have been made. But what's the important takeaway is that upper secondary education is pivotal, it's really important, and the proportion that completes it is not set in stone. It's not fixed. So what are some of the learnings about how to achieve this? First of all, the aim needs to be clear. Unless we approach this population as if they're going to stay, as if we're working towards something, not just with the next couple of months, but into the future, we'll not be committed to working towards this aim. If they do stay, it's a huge lost opportunity not to have organized accordingly from the start. And even if they don't stay, it's hard to imagine that these efforts will be wasted and will have made anything but a positive contribution to their educational possibilities, no matter where they pursue them. Especially for those arriving at higher ages, we need to have certain flexibility in the educational system. There needs to be options that provide entry points into the educational system for those that violate this assumption about how you progress through the educational system. We need a plan for how each arriving student will be able to make the transition from compulsory school to upper secondary education, and how support arrangements in place at the compulsory level can extend beyond that transition, even if instruction is organized in different educational sectors. In other words, we also need refugee-competent high schools and vocational school environments. Just because young people transition from one tier of the educational system to the next does not mean that the support arrangements that are in place one year, the next year are no longer relevant. A sense of belonging, supportive peer environments, psychosocial support arrangements, all still matter greatly and help to prevent dropout. So in short, provide stability and avoid uncertainties, ensure a high quality health reception, foster a sense of belonging and access to refugee-competent school environments, and be flexible and work systematically towards the aim of secondary school completion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christopher, for really important takeaways and recommendations. And I think it really goes to the line that we have now, Ukrainian situation response. So as I see it in the Mentimeter, we still don't have any questions, but I'm sure that from the audience, we still have time for one or two at most questions. So please feel free. If you don't have it, so I will definitely have one question to you, because you mentioned really precisely also about the PTSD and the adult refugees and the integration challenges. So my question is to you, on the one hand, we have, with the Ukrainian situation response, we have quite a lot of traumatized women and traumatized children are coming to the Nordic and Baltic countries, and on the other hand, there is a really, significant focus on the immediate labor market inclusion. Mm-hmm. In your opinion and from your research and the knowledge, whether these are the two contradictory things, to measure the healthcare and then only later to see whether it is possible to enter the labor market and to avoid the PTSD, or it could be a combination of the certain holistic healthcare monitoring at the very beginning of the reception phase.
Yeah, I think it can be a contradiction, but it doesn't have to be a contradiction. I think that depends how it's approached. I think the initial assessment of what the health needs are is very important, and so you make a plan that fits with each arriving individual. That said, a big part of rebuilding your life and having that stability that also is important in rebuilding your life is also entering the labor market and normalizing your existence, so to speak. But I think there's also the danger that the focus on the labor market takes away attention from children and youth, which in a way is, they're the ones that are likely to spend many years in the country and perhaps start generations living in the country. What happens to them and ensuring that they have the best possibilities is really what matters most. And perhaps the focus on labor market, for example, punitive measures to motivate refugees. If there's this sense that the refugees are not working because they're not motivated, and then you remove financial support or so on, which will impact the whole family, then I don't think you're seeing the big picture.
Okay, thanks a lot. And the last question is on the menti.com. On one side, Ukrainian refugees have quick access to services, education, labor market, etc. But the situation is characterized by temporality. How would you estimate the long-term outcomes of such factors?
So the factors are
that
they have
a quick access,
yeah,
but the situation is characterized by the temporality.
Yeah, exactly. I think that from the perspective of we know that temporality and living as if in transit prevents healing, it prevents rebuilding your life. Yeah, so that's clear. But then there's from two sides. From the reception country, there's the providing the possibility to rebuild your life, providing the possibility to imagine a future in a place. So the temporality paradigm, in a way, is quite counterproductive. But then, of course, there's also from the family side. Many families are perhaps not thinking that they're staying long term. They are imagining going home soon and so on. And at some point, they will have difficult decisions to make about whether to start the process of rebuilding or what to do. And I imagine for those that have children, this summer will be a very critical time, because it will be the start of the new school year. Many have continued online schooling in Ukraine. But then the question is, okay, but if we are staying here for a long time, what are then the steps to take?
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have more time, but Milo, thanks for all the tips, Christopher.
Thank you.
Applause. And now we are moving to the first panel, which I think it will be as exciting as we had the two keynotes. And I would like to invite all the panelists. So Ave Harsing, head of the Cultural Diversity Activities from Integration Foundation in Estonia. Mats Durjensen as a Senior Advisor of Integration from the Danish Refugee Council. Please take the floor as well. Then we have Ausra Raul-Solnita from also very interesting arts agency Artscape, which is also an UNHCR partner in Lithuania. Then we have Joona Manberg, head of the board from the Refugees Welcome in Stockholm. Please take the floor. Then we have Anna Buzaeva, who is an expert of reception and asylum seekers from Finnish Red Cross. And finally, we have Eva Raubishko, a senior researcher from the Center for Public Policy, or as we call think tank, Providus, based in Riga, Latvia. So please take your seats. And without further ado, I believe we will start. We'll start with Ave. From the Integration Foundation Estonia to present your really interesting, exciting case. So either you can take the tribune or you can stay from this chair. It's depends on you how would you like to proceed. So yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Karolis, for your introduction, and I'd rather sit.
Perfect.
And good afternoon. Probably already, to everybody, to our good colleagues and neighbors from other countries. My name is Ave Harsing. I'm working in the Integration Foundation and I'm working as a head of cultural diversity activities. And the Integration Foundation, as our minister said, is an agency that implements the last now integration program, one of the 3 ones we have had during 25 years. And the foundation itself was founded 24 years ago by the Estonian government, and its rights are exercised by the Ministry of Culture. It operates under the private law, but is financed mostly by the state budget, so it's pretty much kind of semi-governmental agency or organization. And the main task of the foundation is to implement the integration policy, so with the aim of building a cohesive society. So it operates as a center of excellence in the field of integration and migration activities, and provides assistance to participants in the migration and integration process. And about the context of it, as was also told by the previous presentators, that the difference between Estonia or other Baltic states and the Nordic countries is that in previous crises, like such as the Syrian refugee crisis in 2015-16, the number of refugees arriving in Estonia was practically marginal, a couple of hundred, 200 people. So the existing capacity of the governmental agencies, it was sufficient to deal with the small number of refugees, and no additional emergency plans or measures, extra measures were needed. And thus Estonia had no previous experience of mass immigration, and the average number of asylum applications had been less than 100 a year. So we have been left out of the migration routes so far, but not this time. This time we are the destination country. And what we had in our pocket were the experience shared and lessons learned from our neighboring countries, from Nordic countries. We had emergency plans on paper and well-established network on all the levels of society. And a brief background that for the guests, that the population of Estonia is 1.3 million people, 68 of which are Estonian nationality, and 22% of which is or are representative of other nationalities. And in February, there were about 27,000 Ukrainians living in Estonia, and part of them were here for work, so their families stayed back in Ukraine. And when the war started, when it broke out, so what they did was actually they brought their families here to Estonia, and they were helped by their employers, by their friends, by everybody who knew or could, and the third sector and the state. So today, by today's, exactly today, there are about 40,000 Ukrainians who have arrived to Estonia, and plus additionally 20,000 who have crossed our borders and have been in transit. So the fastest responders actually in this crisis were the local Ukrainian community, because we have plenty of Ukrainian cultural societies in Estonia, and the 2 largest of them actually quickly responded. They formed so-called help centers and began coordinating the removal of people from the war zone, transportation aid, counseling, providing humanitarian aid, and so on. Plus their closest friends, relatives, employers, everybody around them helped. Plus civic associations, they responded from the very first day, who had previously worked already with refugees, the small number of them, like Estonian Refugee Council, like NGO Mondo, etc. So they began organizing voluntary work, coordinating donations and organizing also transportation. So everybody was reacting. And because of that, various crisis information networks were established. First, national steering group of chancellors of different ministers was set up, and those networks then gained their information from this national steering group of chancellors. And the Integration Foundation belongs to two of those information networks. One of them was established from the very first week of the war. The Ministry of Culture brought together information sharing and coordination group, including representatives of the local Ukrainian community, plus officials of different government agencies. And it was very operational. A lot of problems were solved within this information group. If needed, additional experts were invited to address specific issues, and this has worked up to the very day today. Another civil society information network involving volunteer NGOs, aid organizations, civic associations was established and was formed, and it established links with all local authorities which accommodated refugees. So information sharing and being in the information space within it was very important. Integration Foundation, where I work, itself provides also information. Together with other state agencies, it provides adaptation counseling and opportunities for basic Estonian language learning. It offers online support and advice for independent language learning without attending courses, and has compiled information material for that. It advises the war refugees on language learning and adaptation opportunities. And now lately in May, it organizes joint information sessions of state agencies for war refugees all over Estonia, so-called regional information days, which are in cooperation with, like I said, various state agencies, and accompanied with a comprehensive information package. So those information teams travel all around Estonia and organize information days all summer long. Why? Because the war refugees are in dire need of support in making important decisions in their life that determines their future. What to do next? Shall I stay? Shall I leave? Can I leave the country? Can I travel to my homeland and back? What to do with my children? Where to put them? Are there schools available? All kind of close local information plus overall directions, how to act, what to do next. There's a lot of various information available on social media, Facebook, Telegram, other channels, and some of this is misleading. So the foundation became an additional competence center that provided and provides adequate, up-to-date information. The lessons we have learned, I thought to complete my, is that it is extremely important to be in touch of the community now that we have the well-established Ukrainian community at hand. They actually reacted the first, and they have been very, very valuable source of information and help with the reception and adaptation activities for the war refugees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ave, and thank you for all this sharing the experiences. And now I think we will move to Mats from the Danish Refugee Council. I believe it's really valuable experiences of how the NGOs and the municipalities are learning the lessons from the situation 2015 and 16 and how actually could be useful, of course, to use that experiences now in 2022. So, Dan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and I think I'll stand up now when I have the chance. I hope this works. Well, yes, thanks a lot. What I'll do, I'm from the Danish Refugee Council. I will say a little bit about sort of the Danish context and the situation right now, and then I'll say a bit about our activities in the Danish Refugee Council as an example of, you can say, civil society engagement, grassroots engagement or contributions in the current situation and in general. And how do this work?
I think it should be the green button.
The green button?
Yeah. No.
Maybe not.
Let's see.
There's also a red one. I don't dare press it. Oh, that one?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, first of all, a bit about where I am coming from, the Danish Refugee Council, which is a big Danish and international humanitarian organization working with and for refugees and displaced persons. We were founded in 1956 in relation to the Hungarian refugee crisis back then. And we have grown into a big Danish and international organization, quite huge actually. I have 8,000 colleagues today. The vast majority of them work around the world with various activities in 40 countries supporting refugees and displaced persons. But we also have considerable activities in Denmark. We have professional counseling of asylum applicants, various integration activities. That's where I am placed in our integration department, and we carry out various advocacy things also. About the current situation in Denmark. Denmark has seen sort of a development similar to many other European countries in recent years. Back in 15-16, we also received quite a few, you can say, refugees and asylum seekers, primarily from Syria. Then we've had a period of time, some years, with quite few asylum applicants, and now, of course, after the war in Ukraine, quite a few Ukrainians have come to Denmark also, and 20,000 Ukrainians have by now applied for a residence permit in Denmark. And that's more people within 3 months than we saw for the entire year of 2015. So it's a quite unprecedented situation also in Denmark. And when Ukrainians apply for a residence permit in Denmark, they do it according to a special law that has been adopted that pretty much mirrors the EU directive. And that means that when they get the residence permit quite fast, they are also quite fast, you can say, referred to a municipality. And it's municipalities that have the responsibility for integration in Denmark. But so far, you can say many actors, both civil society actors and public authorities, have been gearing up and trying to build capacity to handle this situation. And we have been approached by many people, ordinary people, who want to contribute and who want to help. So we see a huge sort of civil society mobilization these days, or have seen it. And we actually saw the same back in 15-16. Many people also wanted to help and support the Syrians that came back then. But when the Syrians or the Ukrainians, when the refugees in general get a residence permit, they're referred to the municipalities, distributed to municipalities all over Denmark. And then the municipality, they have to provide, you can say, an integration program. That goes for the Ukrainians, that goes for all other refugees. It's the same that they basically meet. So the municipalities, they have to provide housing, which is of course a big challenge at the moment. They have to provide free Danish language tuition. They have to provide some support and help in finding employment. And then refugees, they are entitled to social security, unemployment benefits. It's a low benefit, but they are entitled to it nevertheless. And then they have access to, you can say, welfare services as all other citizens, healthcare, social care. The children, of course, have access to daycare, schools, etc. So there are a number of entitlements or rights that you have as a refugee, but you also have some obligations. You have to attend the language training, pass the tests. You also have to actively participate in the employment promoting schemes. You have to be available for the labor market, so to speak, in order to be eligible for unemployment benefits or public support. So the municipalities, they're responsible for this, but sometimes they buy, you can say, external service providers to help them out and to provide some of these services. And sometimes they buy some of these services from us, the Dsc Integration Department. We are around 80 employees at the moment, and we support and organize around 6,500 volunteers that are organized in volunteer groups all over the country. We have an employment section, and we have a children and family section where we have professional social workers, psychotherapists, pedagogues, etc., that provide professional integration services for municipalities. So some municipalities, they buy, for example, employment promoting activities or mentoring programs from us. Some buy specialized psychosocial interventions, therapy, for vulnerable refugee families from us. Then we also have the volunteer section where we, of course, organize and provide volunteer activities. I'll get back to that in a minute. We also have our knowledge and development section and the small knowledge center for vulnerable refugees where I work. And we primarily provide, you can say, knowledge, materials, training, counseling, methods and tools for professionals in the municipalities who work with the refugees in one way or the other. Yes. And then we have DFUNC, our youth organization that does various sort of youth-to-youth, also volunteer-based activities to a large extent. You can say our overall vision is to create a dignified life for refugees and displaced. And in doing so, we believe that the key thing is that refugees and displaced persons, they should have equal opportunities. They should have equal rights. They don't have that, but they should have. And they should be able to be part of a community. And in order to enable this, we work in various fields with language proficiency, with facilitating or supporting employment, with creating access to local communities, etc., family well-being, stuff like that. And we, of course, collaborate quite closely with local communities. We collaborate quite closely, in particular, with municipalities and also with employers locally and regionally. Yes. Just to finish off with our volunteer section, which is of course quite important when refugees are met, when refugees need to feel welcome, when they need to be able to feel at home, to have some relations locally, some people locally that can support them in various ways or meet them, welcome them. On an annual basis, around 25,000 refugees and immigrants engage in activities with our 6,500 volunteers that are organized in about 150 groups all over the country. We have around 30 staff that are employed to support these volunteer activities and the volunteer groups to match, for example, newcoming refugees with network families, to provide supervision, to provide counseling, or to provide training for the volunteers. And the volunteers, they provide all kinds of activities locally. They decide also a bit for themselves in the local groups what they want to contribute with. It can be, language training, it can be mentoring, it can be supporting, how to find a job. We also have a national collaboration with the Danish Red Cross, where we cover the whole country. We call it Venner viser vej, Friends Show the Way. And the ambition is that all newcomers should have the opportunity to have a friend locally. So we have the ambition that we all over the country, we are able to match refugees with a local family or person. So you can have a friend, to talk to be with, to get support and advice from. We also have some particular volunteer-driven counseling activities locally and regionally. We also have some volunteer-based projects. Some of you might have heard of Mindspring, which is a sort of psychosocial group program that is run by volunteers that have refugee backgrounds themselves, speak the same mother tongue as the participants. We also have some volunteer-run maternity groups. We have some volunteer-run play groups for children. We have some financial support, so refugee children can access leisure activities locally to pay the fee for the local sports association, etc. And we are right now also establishing groups for elderly with refugee backgrounds, because we can see that they are a particularly vulnerable group and there are no services for them. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mats. And this is exactly what we're really happy to see when there is a holistic and non-selective system at the local level, which is beneficial for the Ukrainians, but also for all the other refugees. And I'm sure, Mats, that you will definitely get many questions about this system and the transition from the integration system to inclusion and engaging the volunteers. But now, dear colleagues and friends, we heard two examples of the systems and of the processes in Estonia and Denmark, and I'm really happy to see here Osha from Artscape, and please be ready to learn about kind of the innovative concepts of working with the refugees and other traumatized migrants. So, Osha, please go ahead.
Thank you. So, what makes us all humans? At Arts Agency Artscape, we think that what makes us humans is actually the possibility to produce arts. And you know, from the history, and when our ancestors were hunting in the fields, they would come back home to their caves and they would paint what they experienced and they would express somehow themselves. So at Arts Agency Artscape, we think that also an innovative, tolerant, and open society can be created by using transformative power of art. But some people say art pointless, and come on, what are you doing in all these refugee centers? You know, just running around using different colors. But actually, art produces a possibility to make little choices that teach you somehow to come from little choice to choose a color, to arrive to the choice which you make about the country which you want to choose to live in. And to illustrate it, instead of telling you, I want to play a little game with you, if you agree, and also it illustrates how our creative missions educators feel. I'm asking you, and you may be a little bit unsure and think I am a little bit crazy, but actually this is what we bring into the refugee centers and our creative missions. And I can't give you the brushes and pencil, but I want you just to see the power of choice. So I want you, if you choose the left picture, to clap, and if you choose the right picture, to stomp. So please, let's just try. Left picture, what do you do? Okay, and right picture, what is that? Okay, very nice. So what do you choose? Which color? Which material? Which dance? What is the style of your path of life? How your mindset works? With what approach do you see the problems? And also, how do you choose to improve yourself? And finally, do you choose the artistic way of life or more scientific one? And do you love Tallinn or Vilnius more? Yeah, so we use the art actually to allow the opportunities for young people to make choices for women as well and for men. And actually this is how we bring the activities to build a participatory culture through arts. When we have these activities, we also use the feedback of people to create this communication for development strategy where we show that people are creative, able, strong, and they can do a lot of things. And then we take on the left side, you see, we take these approaches and feedback from people, and also we include it in planning further our activities. So every year we try to improve and also to learn from our activities, which may sometimes not be perfect. And here I showed you before the structure of our work, but actually to show it in the examples, I want to contextualize it in different phases of migration situations in Lithuania. So from 2000 to 2014, actually the number grew to 1,000 in Lithuania, and then within the next 6 years, only within six years, it grew 1,000, and it already seemed like a lot of migrant people came to Lithuania and refugees, and then this discourse started, a little bit of negativity, unsure feelings for Lithuanian people, which were of course influenced by this Mediterranean refugee crisis. And at this point in Lithuania, we had only few organizations that were concerned, mostly those that work for a long time in Lithuania, and it's their mandate actually, like Red Cross and Caritas. And the activities that we had, we went to the refugee centers, we asked how people feel there, we built a participatory theater where refugees themselves are telling their story. They are actually the actors on the stage. We also arranged summer activities for youth that are local children, and also for the ones that are arriving children and teenagers. And also we had this International Refugee Day, World Refugee Day, where local and arriving communities can come and spend some time together, actually create art, show their talents, and just cook some food together, something very simple but so important in the life of refugees and in the life of local communities, which is very important. So phase 2, which I wanted to emphasize, is this refugee crisis through Lithuanian Belarusian border. And then imagine, before that, just every year we would have like a few tens of refugees, like 30 or 40 coming to Lithuania. And then in summer we had this huge number of people coming, and of course people didn't know how to see it. And then this public perceptions dropped from 27% of people saying that they don't want to live close to refugees in a neighborhood to 47%, which is actually half of the whole population, and it's a huge number. And what we wanted to do here in this context of refugees coming through Belarus-Lithuania border, we wanted to somehow change these attitudes also about the hybrid war and how people felt so protective, instead of actually seeing the situation as the situation where people cannot make a choice, but they just believe something and they come to our country. So to contextualize it, more NGOs started working on the issues, and they started actually focusing on this humanitarian, representative, and also human rights issues in Lithuania. Then after the summer of 2021, we increased the numbers of our activities at the refugee and migrant reception centers. We have this thing that we call creative missions, where we bring in art and try to create a safe space for people to play, draw, use clay, dance, and just move around and get to know each other within the camp. Then we arrange activities outside the camps also for local youth by bringing in some children from the camps or children that are already in the Lithuanian schools but who are refugees. At the same time, we do some crazy projects like this band, which has a Sri Lankan in it and an Afghani person. We connected them with one producer who made a professional single. And by this, we want to show that actually through creating art and culture, you are part of this country because you participate in the art and culture processes. Also, we participate, of course, in public discourse about the terms that we use when describe different refugee crises, different migration situations. And then phase three that I want to move in is this one that we have right now. And to this day, we have about 54,000 refugees. And if you remember my table that I used before, like we used to have like 20, 30 people per year. This is crazy, but we approach it completely differently. And we see a lot of countless civil society organizations that get involved. Adults can start working right away after coming to Lithuania. Children can go to school, and then we have a lot of initiatives by the civil society where they provide refugees, Ukrainian refugees, with home and different kind of amenities. And we want to say that this is very celebratory, and we should celebrate seeing our nation actually working towards supporting other people. But on the other hand, we have this issue of different treatment of refugees from Ukraine and other countries, people that came before. And it's also like we have to be thankful, and I want to say we are very thankful to this situation because we see how differently society reacts, and actually we can discover some issues with how people think about people that come from different countries. So our work right now in this third phase is that we don't want to distinguish and make different communities of refugees look different. So all the activities that we do, we try to involve all different kinds of refugees and migrants, the ones that come from Ukraine, from Iraq, from Syria, from Afghanistan, from Russia, Chechnya, and other places. And we have like art community projects, culture ambassadors, where young people from these countries go to the museums and they become guides to the people that attend museums. We have this creative missions program for which now we are preparing more creative missions educators who know how to work with young people and especially children that come from the war background. And another thing is that we also have this communication for development approach where we want to tell stories of migrant people, stories of anyone who came from different country, how they started their life in Lithuania, what challenges they faced. And just if you would ask Lithuanians and you ask them, okay, why do you treat these two different groups of migrants differently? And I would ask them, do you think there is racism in Lithuania? And they would say, no, I don't think there is racism in Lithuania. And what I think about it is that's why still in the world the racism prevails, because we deny it, actually.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ausha. It's really exciting methodologies and tools that you have, and I really show that even the Nordic countries could learn from all these creative missions. So now I would like to invite Joanna from Refugee. Welcome, Stockholm. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. So to those of you who attended the conference in Vilnius or listened into it, it's going to be a bit of a repetition, but I think you might not remember in detail what I said. And I think I can connect to what the previous talkers have been talking about from our point of view as a small grassroots organization. We are an NGO founded in 2015. We are a politically and religiously independent body whose purpose is for people on refuge who arrive to Stockholm to receive dignified treatment. And our work consists of advocacy work, activities for inclusion, and emergency response work. And I'm going to talk a little about all three areas. But I'm going to start off with our history. So in 2015, when many people arrived, a group of volunteers gathered at the central station in Stockholm to help with emergency necessities to those who arrived. So volunteers arranged transit housings, transport, and food, for instance. And through that initiative, we as an organization were founded. And the Pink Vests bought in for the volunteers have been a signum for the organization since. And you can see them to the right from now at the ferry docks when meeting up with people from Ukraine. So we still use the same ones from 2015. As an organization, we are an independent body. In 2015, many refugees welcome initiatives were founded around Europe, in the world, as well as in Sweden. We, however, do not belong to any form of central organization. As an organization, we operate in Stockholm and are a very local organization, but we comment on national and international asylum law and practices since it affects the people that we meet directly. So I'm going to start off with talking a little bit about our advocacy work. Since 2015, we've seen a shift in the rhetorics of politicians, media, and in the prolonging, and many people in Sweden were talking about refugees. In 2015, our Prime Minister at the time held a famous speech stating, "My Europe is not for building walls," rather welcomes those fleeing war. But less than a year later, we were faced with a new asylum law that further narrowed the possibility of receiving temporary protection or permanent citizenship in Sweden. We've seen a shift in the public opinion as well during our time as an organization. In 2020, 59% stated that they did not want Sweden to take in as many refugees as we had, which was quite a rise since how the opinion was in 2015. New studies indicate that 8 out of 10 advocate Sweden taking in people from Ukraine. In Refugee Welcome Stockholm, we try to impact decision makers when it comes to asylum law and practices. Our work is based on the human right to seek asylum and protection, and as an organization, we are here for all refugees who arrive to Stockholm, but we try in our advocacy work to not only criticize, but also being solution-oriented in our responses. We've organized week-long sit-down demonstrations for families being deported. We've sent in consultation responses on asylum laws and practices in Sweden. We commented on national migration politics in general and how it affects the people we meet in our activities, as well as been a vocal voice for asylum rights. And on Monday, we are arranging a debate between most political parties in Sweden on their asylum law due to our upcoming election in the fall. Because we see how the asylum laws and practices have an impact on the people we meet. And one of those people is Haya, who attend our activities. And Haya talks about his situation in the asylum system as follows. In my home country, there was an active war, but the daily life was okay. Here, life is much more difficult. I moved many times. When my latest asylum application was declined, I had thoughts about suicide, but the people working at my housing forced their way into my room and was able to stop me. 2 of my friends have committed suicide. I thought I would get a better life here, but that wasn't true. So, how do we try to be there for the people we meet is primarily in our inclusive activities. In 2016, when the emergent need from 2015 wore off, we started up our language meetings and legal advice, where every Tuesday evening people can go to get legal advice in asylum cases, to receive help in contact with governmental or municipal authorities, to attend Swedish lessons, to hang out in our language cafe, to have help with their resumes or homework, and to let their kids have fun in the children's corner. We also have volunteers, so people can feel free to leave their children in the children's corner, which is a way for more women to attend the Swedish lessons, for instance. And then in 2017, we opened up our Cultural Sundays as a way for people with prolonged asylum cases and difficult personal situations to have a safe space just to hang out where they can think about other things for a bit and to connect to the previous presentation where you could process what you're going through culture. So there we experience culture in all kinds of forms from all over the world. And then in 2018, many of our participants were either deported or left Sweden to go to another country, and all that they brought with them was the knowledge of a language that, internationally speaking, holds little value. We then started up our programming course, since programming is both, first of all, is an international language, but it's also an easy way to get into the work market in Sweden. And we've heard earlier today that can be quite hard to get into, to find work in Sweden. We know that 7 out of 10 do it through contacts. So if you're new to the country, it is much more difficult. But programming is an easy way. So we hold classes in Swedish and English. We're starting off classes in Russian as well. We hold a curriculum for the semester. We can hand out certificates, and we're working on starting internships in the fall. We were going to do it earlier, but then Corona, unfortunately, struck us. One of those who attend many of our activities is Nasima. Nasima has stated that she's gotten to know many friends through the activities, now people from Ukraine as well. And many of the people who arrived in 2015 are now part of the organization, both as participants still, but also as volunteers, and are now in the process of welcoming people who are arriving from Ukraine. And one of our volunteers, Sarah, says she chose the organization because it is one where everyone holds equal value. Okay, I'm going to rush through our emergency response work a little. We were founded as an organization through our emergency response work in 2015, and it has been the core of the organization still. We take pride in being a grassroots organization still, where our strength is in the amount of volunteers. We've seen many people fleeing war since 2015 when we started our work. And in 2022, when our work once more has been to assist with emergency responses, we found other ways of structures. And we can see some advantages and some disadvantages now in comparison to 2015 being an organization now where we were a network of volunteers earlier. So we've helped out with transportation, with temporary housing, with clothes, kids' toys, hygiene products, legal advice in asylum cases, therapy, and the opportunity to talk to someone about what people are going through. And we met up with people by the ferry dock, so we were the first people that they met up with when they came into Sweden. And there we handed out information about how to get in contact with the authorities, information about healthcare, other organizations to turn to for various needs, etc. And to finish off, we've seen a shift where the collaboration in between organizations have been better on this occasion, and where we've tried to collaborate so that we can structure the work together in Stockholm. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And it's really great to hear that the refugees who came to Sweden in 2016, they are now helping Ukrainians who are coming at the moment to Sweden by volunteering, and of course they have quite a lot of hands-on experience, the personal one. So thank you very much. So now I would like to invite Anna from the Finnish Red Cross to take the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all of you. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. Thank you, speakers, too. The topic is so interesting and so important to all of us, because all of us know that integration is a two-direction process. It means that if I, as a migrant, want to adapt to Finnish society, I learn language and culture, but society doesn't want me to adapt. I have not many chance to success in integration, and vice versa. If society wants to me adapt, but I don't to learn to study language and culture and etc. It's quite a big problem in my integration. It's very important. But today I'm going to tell you about a little bit about Finnish Red Cross, about migration work in the Finnish Red Cross, about reception of asylum seekers, and about how our volunteers supporting integrations. But at first, a few words about myself. I came to Finland from Russia in 1999 as repatriant because my grandparents were Finns, and I graduated from State University of Petrozavodsk as a teacher of Finnish language and as a translator of Finnish language. And I have quite big work experience in Finnish Red Cross in any position. As you can see, I have worked in the Finnish Red Cross 15 years, and my favorite position is manager of the reception center in Kouvola in 2016-2017, because it was so interesting time. So I had almost 30 employers and over than 300 people as clients, asylum seekers in our center. The Finnish Red Cross is one of the largest non-governmental organizations in Finland. We help amidst crises and accidents and support people of all ages when life gets hard. The Finnish Red Cross consists of local branches, district offices, and the nationality headquarters, as well as county, second-hand development stores, youth shelters, and the blood service. Currently, we have 440 of local branches of volunteer around the country, because voluntary service is one of the main principles of our operations, and the entire Red Cross movement is based on voluntary helping. The voluntary work of the Red Cross has helped people in Finland for over 140 years. The operation of the Red Cross are steered by the organization's most important principle, the principle of humanity. We help people in need regardless of their legal or social status. There are a lot of units and departments in the national headquarters, and I work in the migration work unit here. I have about 10 colleagues and one boss in our team. What we do? As you can see, the list is pretty long. We have many ways to help immigrants. The Finnish Red Cross helps vulnerable immigrants as asylum seekers, quota refugees, and undocumented migrants. The integration of immigrants is a responsibility of the state and the municipalities, which have the defined assignments. The Finnish Red Cross supports the authorities in cooperation with various networks, organizations, and companies. In our team, each of us, we have our own specific area, and my specific areas are reception of asylum seekers and preparedness of large influx of asylum seekers. There are a few things about asylum seeker. Every person has the right to seek asylum. The Finnish Red Cross supports the authorities in receiving asylum seekers. Finnish Red Cross establishes, maintains and closes reception centers across Finland commissioned by the Finnish Immigration Service. And these operations are funded by the Finnish Immigration Service too. In February 2022, we have only 12 reception centers in the Finland. Because of Ukrainian conflict, the number of refugees has really increased in 3 months, and more than 25,000 people apply temporary protection from Finland from March to middle of May. Almost 60% of them lives in private households, meaning that Finns share their homes with Ukrainian refugees. About 12,000 people live in reception centers. Currently, there are 75 reception centers in Finland, and 42 of them are maintained by Finnish Red Cross. Other maintaining they are municipalities, companies, and another organization. Maybe a few words about temporary protection. It's based on the EU Temporary Protection Directive, which is now being used for the first time. Granting temporary protection makes it possible to provide protection to a limited group of people. The process is swift and more lighter than asylum procedure. Early integration support significantly helps the immigrant to refugee adapt to Finnish society. The Finnish Red Cross aims to support integration starting from the first day in the country when the motivation to learn the Finnish language and culture is highest. There is some example of integration support by the Finnish Red Cross. We have language clubs, international clubs, friend activities, help with homework, sport clubs, camps, etc., etc. More activities is here, and currently about 2,000 volunteers take part in the multicultural activities of the local branch, and more than 20,000 volunteers altogether. And as one of helped by Red Cross migrants said, it will be wonderful to find a Finnish friend to each new immigrant, and I agree with him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. So now we're moving to the last presentation, and I would like to invite Ieva from the think tank Providus based in Riga, Latvia. Ieva, over to you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. Okay. How do I move up? Okay. Sorry. Okay, red button. Okay, I think I'm sort of providing bridge very rapidly, as you see, to the next panel. I will talk about my organization now. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, it's a leading public policy think tank in Latvia. It was founded in 2002 with a mission to promote evidence-based policy and open society values. And one of the issues our think tank has been dealing with, or rather directions of research and analysis, is asylum, migration, integration, and inclusive society. And under this direction of research, we deal with and follow the developments of our integration policy and also the implementation of our integration policy. And we also, of course, keep track of what is going on at the EU level. And one of our biggest projects in the recent years, the projects we've been involved in, is the National Integration and Valuation Mechanism, an international project carried out by 14 EU countries, partners from 14 EU countries, with the main goal of mainstreaming integration evaluation mechanisms into the national integration policies for refugees and other beneficiaries of international protection. And as we are approaching completion of this project this year, actually this summer, we have come out with key findings of our analysis. There have been 3 rounds of analysis of implementation of our integration policies in all of these countries involved. And these findings are, of course, very relevant for the current integration tasks and challenges with regard to influx of very large number of Ukrainian refugees. And let me share some of these recommendations. As we see them in Latvia. And in Latvia, one of the main tasks would be to improve the mainstreaming and coordination of integration activities. So far, it has been a lot there have been a lot of challenges with regard to the scattered tasks of integration and actually scattered responsibilities as well. And let me note that as we discovered with this large numbers of people coming in since Russia started its military aggression in Ukraine, the more prepared, the more developed our integration system is, the easier it would be to receive many newcomers. And this is, I would say, still a task we need to take care of. So the second conclusion emerging from our NEM research is that very important direction should be development of targeted housing support to beneficiaries of international protection. This is also a problem or challenge that has emerged now with reception of Ukrainian war refugees. And solutions could include definitely inclusion of beneficiaries of international protection into our housing strategy as one of the target groups. Actually, the housing strategy was issued 2 weeks ago, and to our biggest regret, BIPs, beneficiaries of international protection, have not been included. And actually, the strategy is quite inconcrete. These are the main guidelines for housing. And we see definitely the need for our involvement to advocate for inclusion of BIPs as well. Another thing would be which we have already voiced and suggested. There is currently a very good project implemented in Latvia, which offers, administered by Society Integration Foundation, that offers social mentorship services to Ukrainian civilians in Latvia. And yeah, I will not mention the numbers. I have a colleague present here, so, but yes, it is up and running, and it's already, Ukrainian newcomers are being held by social mentors in Latvia. What we see based on our NEAM research and analysis is that it would be very, very helpful to transfer this social mentorship take it out from the project framework and transfer it to the municipalities all over Latvia, and which would mean also increasing the capacity of social workers and mentors working at the municipalities. That is not to outsource so much, but rather place the services within the municipalities. And another suggestion would be to cancel the requirement for a registered place of residence as a precondition for social support, which has been the case for beneficiaries of international protection so far in Latvia, but which is not a requirement for Ukrainian civilians that have come recently. And now to touch on briefly on what we did since the influx of Ukrainian refugees. We are not engaged so much in providing, actually not engaged at all in providing humanitarian aid. We are not working practically on practical level with Ukrainian refugees, although we are in touch and close communication with other NGOs who are doing it. And therefore, we rather tried to, right from the beginning, although there was a lot of confusion and a lot of initiatives, and also the need for ourselves to get involved practically, that was the human urge from the very beginning, as many of us experienced. We tried still to look at the processes of receiving Ukrainian people sort of from a distance. We try to understand who does what, and we organize discussions to understand it and actually to provide information to people interested. So we organize informal discussions on different social media, as you see here, on hosting Ukrainian refugees, on experiences of refugee reception and practical advice, on the reception of refugees in municipalities with participation of representatives of municipalities. And of course, we started also advocating for long-term integration measures based on our NEAM research findings and other findings. And we also keep stressing the need for coherent and coordinated integration strategy with regard to Ukrainian civilians, which is now, I would say, emerging, but there's a lot to be done still. And here I would like to add to what some other speakers already said, and yes, I would like to talk also about other refugees, because before the Ukrainian crisis, we had another crisis, although I find this term quite dubious. It's very easy to term everything crisis, and then it becomes a prolonged crisis, and then we come to live with it without solutions. But yes, Providus was very actively involved in following what goes on the Belarusian-Latvian border, and also what goes on in our neighboring country, Lithuania. But, yes, and what we faced was early introduction of emergency situation, and then continuous pushbacks of people, irregular migrants arriving at the border. And we communicated with these people themselves and their relatives. People were literally stranded for several months, and without possibility to enter either Latvia or Belarus. We participated in governmental meetings. We tried to talk to parliamentary committees. We also came up with joint letters, both locally and internationally. And we communicated with media. And to end, Latvian Belarusian border crisis is not over yet. There is an independent report, which is currently, the findings of which is currently investigated. Findings allege excessively violent and inhumane and degrading treatment of border crossers at the Latvian-Belarusian border. There's also a joint comparative report issued by Providus and our colleagues from Diversity Development Group in Lithuania. And there is still emergency situation in the areas bordering Belarus, in the Latvian areas bordering Belarus, and there are still people, although very, very few, pushed back. And this emergency situation also complicates very much and obstructs the possibilities of possible asylum seekers coming from Ukraine via Russia and by Belarus. So to conclude, we see a situation of alleged continuous pushbacks of several tens of migrants for several months last year and also this year. And then we can contrast it with sincere welcome of more than 30,000 Ukrainian civilians in Latvia. And I'd like to stress that all asylum seekers, potential asylum seekers and refugees should be treated equally. Many of them come from the war, even if we don't see this war so near to our borders, but it's still a war and the needs are quite similar. And there should be no racial bias or positive discrimination, name you as you wish. One is mildly put, other is straightforward. And there should be no such bias or discrimination when designing and implementing integration support measures. Ukrainian civilians are offered very good, very necessary benefits at the moment, while some other groups of beneficiaries of international protection are not offered such measures. There should be some equality between different groups, we would say. But at the same time, appreciating really and being glad for the very concerted, efficient welcome of Ukrainian refugees, we also see this welcome as a good springboard to improve integration, reception and integration for all refugees coming to Latvia. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ieva, for that. And thank you for the audience for being so patient and listening for 2 keynotes and 1 interesting panel. So without further ado, I think I will give now the floor to our audience for the questions and arguments. So feel free. And then I will ask to log in the Mentimeter to see whether we have questions as well for our technical support. So any question? If not, so perhaps I will just give 1 question maybe to all of you, especially to those who are much more linked to the systems and to the local level systems. So maybe to Ave and to Mats and maybe a bit of to Ieva, just to ask you, because we have seen a tremendous mobilization of support for the Ukrainians. And we've seen that there are new NGOs popping up, new initiatives which are absolutely helpful and perfect. But as you have all mentioned, maybe with the exception of the Danish example, is that at the moment we are still focusing on the emergency response and humanitarian assistance. And my question is, do you see already now a vision of the smooth transfer for the Ukrainians towards the long-term integration measures at the local level, and who are those actors who are ensuring that? So perhaps I will start maybe with the Danish example and with Mats. So go ahead.
Yes. Well, you can say that the situation now is, of course, different from what it has. I mean, from previous years, in the sense that the situation for the Ukrainians in some way is more they are in a more acute limbo, perhaps, than refugees that came in previous years. In the sense that it is sort of an acute, all of a sudden, abrupt crisis. They came directly from the war. It's still going on. They don't know sort of what the future will bring, and we sense that a lot of them have the sort of wish and whatever think that they'll go back pretty soon, and that of course affects the perspectives in terms of integration. Yeah, how much do you invest in learning Danish, for example, if you think that you'll go back in a few months? And then we also have the number of people, meaning that the capacity of the municipalities is challenged. Also, how do you set up various services for that many people on such a short notice? That also means that there have been some, the municipalities have been given a little slack in the new law, in the sense that they do not have to provide the integration services quite as fast. They don't have the same strict deadlines for when people are coming to the municipalities. But nevertheless, it is still so that when the Ukrainians get the residence permit, then they are referred to municipalities within a week. Now 19,000 Ukrainians have been referred to municipalities, and then you can say that the integration activities sort of start. Yeah, so there is a clear sort of integration perspective from the get-go. There have been a bit sort of discussions about how to organize the various services. For example, in schools and daycare, do you make services specifically for the Ukrainian children because there are so many, and what are their perspectives? But I think our take on it and our recommendation is that to make sure, no matter how you organize it, make sure you have a long-term integration perspective. The Ukrainians are there now in the system where these integration perspectives start. You need to be able to unpack the suitcase, in particular the children. They need, as we've heard earlier, they need to somehow settle and to no matter for how long, get a sense of belonging of where they are. So that has also been our recommendation for municipalities and for others, that what we do now is actually that we work with the view of long-term integration, no matter what happens. We don't know what happens. Conflicts tend to last longer than we think, and also previous refugees have thought they would go back to Syria, for example, but they're still here because that's the way it goes. So that should be the perspective, and I think that's also the way it's sort of being conceived, both among civil society and also among public authorities. So we activate and gear up, you can say, a lot of the same interventions and support mechanisms that we have used earlier.
Mm-hmm. Thanks a lot. How do you see this happens or will happen in Estonia, the transition to the more long-term integration pathway for Ukrainians, at least for those who will plan to stay in the long run?
In some degree, it already is happening because we have huge differences between different regions or municipalities where people have arrived. For example, Tallinn, which is itself 1/3 of Estonia, and a lot of people have arrived in Tallinn, and we can consider, for example, opening already now in spring special schools for the children as a long-term means. It isn't just pop-up, it needs to be kind of pre-foreseen how to run things for children, kindergarten. So it is happening here. In smaller municipalities, they seem to be more, what's the word, cautious.
Cautious, yeah, exactly.
waiting what will happen, what the fall brings to us. And on the governmental level, of course, the plans are being made, considering that there will be at least, I think, more than half, 2/3 of people here still in the second half of this year, needing all those governmental means and support.
Thank you. Perhaps we're moving to another question, and I think I will ask for the other NGOs, especially those who are working at the grassroots level. And the question is, it's about the about the local population support. It seems that the local population starts to get tired of the Ukrainian crisis and their readiness to help has been declining. How should this be addressed? Should it be taken over by the municipalities, or it should be, again, the local population should be addressed with more donations? What are your takeaways on this? Let's start with Sweden. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so we as an organization, we have seen the interest from volunteers declining over the last couple of years. So we've been a small organization for a very long time now. And when the war began and we sent out a response for volunteers, we got an immediate response with several thousands registering within a week. However, we've also seen that the step from registering as a volunteer to actually being a part of the volunteer base, there's a large gap of people. It is easy to sign up for something, but to actually be part of the organization when you have an everyday life, or there might be social steps. So we see that it is hard for us, even though we've gathered many volunteers, to have them engaged in our activities. I think that the grassroots organization, we have one part of the reception, and we can work with social needs, and that we can do in the volunteer base that we consist of. But the rest of the needs, the practical needs, need to be filled with the municipal agencies or larger organizations that have employed staff, because it is also hard for new volunteers who haven't been met with people who have come as refugees, because there is a lot to be faced with when they talk about what they've experienced, and not many people might know that from start.
Osha, how about Artscape and your approach? Because you have a lot of incredible and amazing volunteers, including refugees and migrants themselves. How do you see that the decline of the support and the donations that is actually visible now, and how you should address that, or how you would recommend that to address?
Yeah, so like I mentioned in my presentation, it was very normal that a lot of civil society effort was put into action when the crisis started, when a lot of arrivals happened. And right now, I think really the population's interest is declining, but actually it's because any system would run out of the energy and power working so much on the issue. And I think now the time came also for the governmental initiatives and for NGOs, by the way, because now when it was so sudden, also the NGOs, they couldn't find ways to apply for quick fundings. And also, you know, besides working, you always need also to plan a lot, and you don't want just to go and just do random stuff. Everything needs some basis, psychological news. And this is also, I think, what is happening in Lithuania, that a lot of NGOs now started preparing new projects, and even, you know, the suggestions for collaboration are coming in crazy ways. We get a lot of suggestions to do projects together for Ukrainians, for Ukrainian children especially. But actually what we try also to encourage our partners and other organizations to expand it, and also to use this opportunity which we have with the Ukrainian situation, to expand it to other levels, and also to work with the other refugees and also with Lithuanian society, because we see it also as an important area where we need to work on.
Thanks.
Sorry. I think it's the same situation there is in Finland, and local people start to get tired a little bit, and I believe it is so dangerous because of integration is two-direction process. We need both of sides. And if another side is tired, it's a problem.
Mm-hmm. Eva, over to you.
Yes, I would say that yes, the same tendency in Latvia. Population is people are getting tired, but I wouldn't say that it should be always the main task of population. What this crisis, what this influx did was activated many NGOs which are now really cooperating, and I'm not talking about 10. I'm talking of several tens of NGOs, and they are cooperating not only amongst themselves, but also with governmental institutions, with governmental agencies. So this has been a really good opportunity to engage in joint initiatives and start coordinating better. So this is now the task of of those not only civil activists, population, but actually NGOs together with other organizations and governmental agencies, I would say.
Thanks. So one of the conclusions is, of course, to address that we need a more systematic approach at the local and the national level indeed. Before Mats is familiarizing with the question to him on the dispersal mechanism of refugees, maybe we have some questions after warm-up here. Yes, we have one.
I'm very amazed how you involve the volunteers in Denmark and also in Finland. How you do that? What are the keywords?
Yeah, okay. I think it relates to the question a bit before, right? And I think that our experience is that volunteers, they stay on to a large extent, actually, once they have been sort of engaged. I think a key point is overall to somehow ensure some stable funding of civil society structures that can support volunteer networks. I think that's the key, because then you have some sort of a stable network where you can scale up and down. Yeah, depending on the situation, you can activate and you somehow keep the resources or the knowledge. So I think that the volunteers that we have there largely activated, they join when things happen. Yeah, when we saw the Syrian crisis some years ago and now, and then I think it's also locally driven, that the local groups do something locally, they know people and they engage people. And sometimes we also advertise specifically for volunteers to chip in to specific projects, programs, or in relation to specific sort of support functions for some specific families locally. And then we try to provide the adequate support for the volunteers. It can be, as also been mentioned, it can be a difficult thing to engage with people who are having a hard time, so that we make sure to have the structures in place that supports the volunteers in that process. Yeah, so they have sort of organizational support for their local organization, but also various types of supervision, training, stuff like that. They know where to go when things happen. They get relevant news on a regular basis and stuff like that. So I think we try to have an organizational system that engages them once they're in.
Thanks a lot. What is the Finnish experience?
The Finnish Red Cross have got 1,000 of new volunteers in 3 months. It is a lot. It is a lot. And our message to our volunteers is the task or the ways how you can help people is so easy, so nothing miracle. It's be close to, go to theater, to movies, prepare the dinner. It's so easy things. Main thing is to do is together. And another people has a shoulder on.
Thanks a lot. Unfortunately, we're moving the time is ticking fast, so I think I'll give the last word to our colleague from Danish Refugee Council just to explain the dispersal mechanism, and then I think we'll have a breakout for the coffee break. So, Mats, over to you.
Well, the dispersal mechanism, I don't think it's related to what's mentioned here, the Danish regional policy. I think that's a newer thing where you decentralize all kinds of things.
Yeah.
But it's actually not that new, but it's a dispersal mechanism that was developed and implemented in order to somehow ensure that all municipalities, they take on responsibility and cannot avoid it, you can say, and also to avoid that refugees and newcomers, they all move into the same, as whatever, segregated neighborhoods or whatever. So there is this dispersal mechanism where the Danish Immigration Service, they estimate how many refugees do we think will be having a status next year, meaning how many should the municipalities receive in total, and then you make a sort of a distribution quota where the municipalities, they receive, depending on how big is the municipality, how many minority citizens is already there, how many people came last year via family unification. Then there's this, how do you call it? There's this calculation thing where you decide how many should the municipality receive on the next year. And then that quota can, of course, be adjusted if we see a large influx or a decrease.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, and I think now it's right time for a coffee break. Please applause to our panelists. And just one household detail is that as we take in 10 minutes from the coffee break now, so instead of 2 o'clock, let's meet at 2:10 here, just to manage the time and finish right on time. So we have 25 minutes for coffee break. Thank you, and see you very soon with the more focus on the local level.
Of Estonia, the place where your life in Estonia begins. Book a visit to the International House of Estonia. We are here to provide you with the help and information you need to settle in Estonia simply and smoothly. Several government organisations have gathered under one roof to offer you a wide range of services in a quicker and more comfortable way. Make use of our services by visiting one single location. Receive immigration advice, receive an ID code, and also register your new address in Estonia. You can receive information on learning the Estonian language, advice on housing or healthcare. You can attend integration courses, and spouses can receive career information, as well as networking and cultural events. All this at the International House of Estonia. Visit workinestonia.com/internationalhouse. Choose the right service and book an appointment today. It is simple, convenient, and free of charge. We look forward to seeing you at the International House of Estonia. Book your visit workinestonia.com/internationalhouse.
ja hallo, pitsad või? Äkki sa saad ette need pitsad sinna postkasti peale panna, kui sa võtad lillepotti?
Tahaksin paremini eesti keelt rääkida.
Estonian Language House helps. If you want to learn a language as fast as possible, you should study every day at least a little. Estonian Language House is a place where you can learn and practice Estonian whenever and however is best for you. To find the best way to learn, contact Estonian Language House. Our consultants are waiting for your call at the free number 800-9999. It doesn't matter if you choose a language course or e-learning. The most important is that if you are consistent with your studies, you will see results. Together, we will find the solution.
millal siis leivad ühte kappi paneme ja ma ütlesin, et tänapäeval ei pane enam keegi leibusid ühte kappi, et ikka failid ühte serverisse.
Tahaksin paremini eesti keelt rääkida.
Estonian Language House is a place where you can learn and practice Estonian whenever and however is best for you. A language course is not the only way to learn a language, because language learning is the most effective when you stay in the language environment. You can communicate with your Estonian friends and coworkers, watch Estonian movies, theatrical plays and TV shows, and listen to the radio. To find the best way to learn, contact Estonian Language House. Our consultants are waiting for your call at the free number 800-9999. The more you stay in the Estonian language environment, the faster you use language as your native. Together, we will find the solution.
Tervist! Sõidame siit ümber punase maja, siis keerame vasakule.
Tahaksin paremini eesti keelt rääkida.
Estonian Language House helps. Language learning requires dedication, and the more you practice a language, the faster you'll get the results. Estonian Language House is a place where you can learn and practice Estonian whenever and however is best for you. To find the best way to learn, contact Estonian Language House. Our consultants are waiting for your call at the free number 800-9999. Only dedication brings great results. Together, we will find the solution.
My name is Apalake. I've been here since last year, February. I moved in to study. I'm undergoing my master's degree in International Business Administration.
My name is Benita Diosha and I'm from Nigeria. I am currently in high school now, just studying at gymnasium. And I got here with my mom because she was already in Estonia, so we joined her as a family.
I got to this link, Settle in Estonia, and then I saw that some of these programs are on and it's also free. Consultancy is also free, so I had to enroll for the A1 Estonian language class for 3 months, which I concluded in late October.
The A1. I got to know, I got to learn the easy part of the Estonian language because people say it's really hard, but learning it so quickly, it made me able to understand people when they're talking or read signs. That was really helpful to me.
For me, I feel the basic module was the one I love most because it comprises majorly what you have to learn with the other classes. So it's well loaded, and if you are attentive in the class, you have a lot to take back up. Though it might last for hours, but it's entertaining also because you have breaks in between and you get to relate with new people that you meet in the class, so which is very useful for you in your daily life. Like in a class, they created a Facebook page
for everyone to like join. So we had this like when we were about to leave the last day, everyone was like, no, we don't want to go, like let's make like this last day that everyone's gonna come together and go somewhere. So we went to this hotel in Tallinn, and then we went to one of the restaurants to eat, and it was really good.
If you really want to get fully integrated into the system, even if you don't have friends around, when you go for these classes, you get to meet people and make new friends.
Tere, ma olen Thai, ma olen Vietnamist pärit ja ma töötan Hambarstina Tallinnas. I grew up in the central of Vietnam. Well, actually, I don't really like the hot climate. That's why when I was here, it's quite nice, and you have like your own personal space, and I kind of be myself more than I was in Vietnam. That's why I moved here. Ma arvan, et on 4 asju teevad mind õnneliku siin. Need on korralik töökoht, armutus, vabadus ja turvalisus. Hambarstina, ma arvan, et eestikeelne oskus on väga oluline mulle kahel moel. Esiteks, sest oma tööl ma pean rääkima nii palju patsiendiga ja on lihtsam patsiendile, kui räägime eesti keeles, ja teiseks, et karjääri areng on vajab suurepärast eesti keele oskust, sest enamasti koolitus ja eriti residentuur on eesti keeles. Siis kui ma saan osaleda, siis ma pean eesti keelt oskama.
Tere, mina olen Olena. Ma olen pärit Ukrainast. Olen elanud Eestis 8 aastat. Praegu töötan Verifis analüütikuna. Ma tulin Eestisse 7 või 8 aastat tagasi, 2014. aastal. Ma otsustasin teha magistratuuri politoloogias Tartu Ülikoolis. Tegelikult umbes kohe, kui mu programm lõppes, ma asusin tööle sealsamas ülikoolis. Ja kindlasti mulle aitas see, et ma kuskil nagu oma selle magistratuuri keskel alustasin õppima eesti keelt, et ma kohe ütlesin, et jah, ma õpin praegu, võib-olla ma ei räägi kohe, aga tulevikus ma kindlasti räägin, ja siis see aitas mind saada tööd. Nagu tänu eesti keele ma tean rohkem inimesi, et mul on nagu rohkem, et mu võrgustik on natuke laiem, ja siis tänu sellele ma tean, kui kuskil on mingid võimalused, nagu tunnen ennast võib-olla natuke enesekindlamalt tööturul, et ikkagi nagu Tallinnas mõnedes kohtades küsitakse eesti keelt, mõnedes kohtades ei ole nagu väga suur nõudlus. Aga ja, nagu minu jaoks eesti keel on pigem selline asi, mis aitab mind elada Tallinnas väga mugavalt, ja see on väga mugav isiklikult mulle, et ma tean kõik need keeled, et ei juhtu selline olukord, et ma ei saa aru midagi või et ma ei saa nagu suhelda kellegagi tööl või vabal ajal või kuskil nagu tänaval. Et kui rohkem ma olen nagu eestikeelses keskkonnas, siis paremaks läheb minu eesti keel. Ma arvan.
Ma olen Katrina, ma tulin Eestis 5 aastat tagasi. Ma tulin vabatahtlikuna Euroopa Liidu projektis ja ma töötan projekti juhtina Cleantech Estonias. Kui ma tulin, ma ütlesin, et ma elasin Tapal ja ma mõtlesin, okei, on projekt Euroopa Liidust ja kui ma räägin inglise keelt, kõik on korras. Ja siis ei olnud, sellepärast mitte keegi rääkis inglise keelt, ainult eesti keelt ja vene keelt, siis ma ei saanud suhtleda. Ja ma olin harjunud rääkida nii palju ja kui ma tulin siin, oli nii vaikne. Minu kolleegid oli väiksed ka ja klientid ka, sellepärast ma ei saanud suhtleda. Ja ma mõtlesin, okei, ma pean oskama. Ja ma hakkasin õppima Tallinna Ülikoolis talvel kursusel, ma läksin talvel kursusel ja kui sa tuled Eestis, sul on see ID-kaart ja sa saad osaleda eesti keele kursused, integratsioonfond tasuta. Ja siis ma nägin, et kui ma saan aru ja ma hakkasin suhtleda eesti keeles, on kergem ja inimesed oli väga avatud ja nad tahavad suhtleda ka. Mul oli rohkem võimalusi töötama Tallinnas ja Tapal ja siis kui minu projekt oli lõpus, siis ma hakkasin töötama töötajana sama organisatsiooni ja kui ma ei saanud aru ja ma ei rääkinud eesti keel, see ei olnud võimalik. Oli väga raske, aga minu kolleegid Tapal oli nagu minu pere ja kogu aeg, kui nad saanud aru, et ma tahan õppida, nad aitasid mind. Ja nad ütlesid, ei, Katariina, see on vigu, sa pead proovima veel, see tähendab seda ja oli väga kasulik mulle.
Ma olen Etva, ma olen Azerbaidžanis, ma olen Estonian, valmis on petlik ja ma olen programmeerija.
Ma kohtusin ühe tutuga Bakus Azerbaidžanis ja Soomest, aga ta oli Soomes ja ma kandidaatsin Tartu Ülikooli, sellepärast ma tulin siia Eestisse. Eestis kõik on väga lihtne. See on nagu, siin ei ole bürokraatia ja see on nagu vaba ja kui sa tahad vabalt olla või see on rahulik. Mulle meeldib seda talveujumine ja sauna ja eelmisel aastal ma õppisin suusatama.
Kas me oleme valmis? Fresh. Sellepärast mulle meeldib. See on nii hea, nii mõnus.
Ma arvan, et sul on vaja eesti keelt rääkida. See on nagu see ei ole väga raske, aga ma arvan, ma olen kindel, et kui sa ei ole arendajana ja sul on vaja natukene eesti keelt rääkida ja kõik räägivad nagu kõik muudis ja minu oskuse muudis, minu elu muudis, kõik muudis.
Welcome to the International House of Estonia, the place
Thank you. Is it working? No. Okay. Now. All right. Thank you. So we are moving slowly to the second panel. Welcome back. So thank you very much for coming back on time. So now I think it's really organic transition from the first panel on the NGO and civil society engagement to a bit more, let's say, that systematic approach that happens or should happen at local level. And we will have 5 different initiatives, 5 different systems from the municipalities, from the welcoming centers, as well as also from the Multicultural Information Center, which is based in Iceland, and which is responsible also at the national level for the migrant and refugee integration. And just to tell you that today we will have also 2 interventions which will be done online, and others will be here face-to-face. So now I would like to invite all the speakers. So Janika Hango, CEO from Tartu Welcome Centre from Estonia, from this beautiful welcoming city. Then I would like to invite Valentina Demidenko, who is the director of the Center for Social Services in Jonava district, and just please take the floor. And just to tell you that we are very happy and proud of Jonava achievements, because that is the first city in the Baltic, among the Baltic countries, who has formally and officially joined the Council of Europe Intercultural City program, which really gives a great opportunity and the tools to foster intercultural policies at the local level. Then I would like to invite Ilse, the head of Society Integration and Participation Division at the Neighborhood Department, Society Integration and Customer Services Department at Riga City. Ilse, the floor is yours as well. And then we have 2 online panelists today, who are Lisbeth Iversen, the leader of the network with a Heart for Arendal at Arendal Municipality, Oslo, and then Nicole Leitmosti, the director of my mentioned Multicultural Information Center in Iceland. So most probably our 2 online speakers will join us later, but I think now I will just join you here, and I will ask most probably Janika to start with the Tartu Welcoming Center experiences and the system that you have. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm really happy to talk to you about Tartu Welcome Centre. We are a really young organization in this small university city, and we are founded by 3 institutions: City of Tartu, University of Tartu, and the Estonian Life Science University. As City of Tartu, we have here about 100,000 inhabitants, and more than 8,000 of these are internationals who have registered their living place here in Tartu. University of Tartu, the biggest and oldest one in Estonia, they have more than 2,000 international students and staff members. And Estonian Life Science University, they have more than 400 international staff and students. So, because of that, these 3 institutions decided that it is necessary to have that kind of organization in Tartu that could meet and greet newcomers, guide their way in between different kind of loops and holes. And that's what we are doing. There are only 3 of us, me and my 2 colleagues. And our location is just perfect, just in front of the main building of Tartu University. So we have been working since the August 2019. And last year we already had more than 2,200 contacts with our clients. As I mentioned, we are the city of students, so of course most of our customers are students, but that has changed in this year. So this year, the number of students is equalized with the number of family members, and the number of employees have increased. But usually, previous years as well, we have had clients from more than 80 countries. And this year, of course, 1/3 of our customers are somehow involved with Ukrainian topics. What are we doing with the customers? First of all, thanks to European Social Fund and the Ministry of Culture, we have the cooperation with city government that we can provide ID code issuing service and residence registration service in our office. It means one of our 3 workers have these rights. They can do this ID code issuing and living place registration. And it means that all internationals, all the newcomers, or already people who have stayed here in Tartu longer period, they can, whenever they want, they can step into the office, ask whatever they need to ask, do what they have to do, and we are there for them. So all through this, even the Corona period, we did not admit any pre-booking system, because we were sure that if the problem arrives, then it doesn't wait until the next Thursday until I get my appointment. So we are always there, and they can come whenever they have a problem, and they can deal with this. You can see these entries or the topics what we are covering mostly. This is the statistics, but actually the important thing is what happens between these kind of statistical facts. We are dealing a lot of filling and connecting the gaps. There is probably quite easy to find an answer from Google or somewhere else that how to, I don't know, register the living place or how to get a place in kindergarten. But you won't find an answer in Google what fills this background information. The background information, I think, is that, for example, we had a mother coming in. She was really happy. She already had a kindergarten place for one kid and a school place for another. But the question was, when and where do I have to pay the curtain fund? At the first moment, we even didn't realize. But then we kind of, from the really deep back memory, we realized, yes, once 20, 30 years ago, we had also that kind of funds in our schools. We had to pay a little extra for some kind of paints and some toilet paper fund and stuff. So then we take our time and we explain that here, if you are registered as living in Tartu, as if you are working here officially, then all these registrations and official systems, they give you the possibility to use the school system where the curtains are already installed, and you don't have to worry about the toilet paper fund. And the same goes about if we are talking about working officially, because we have that kind of mental checklist, what we ask if you have done this or that, or how far you are in your integration procedures. And then we're asking if you are working or if you are looking for a work, or what is your situation in this field. And we get an answer that, yes, I'm working, but I'm not registered. And then again, we are taking the time to explain why it is important here in this culture to be registered, what kind of benefits it gives you and your family and the city in general. So that kind of filling gaps is really important because newcomers, they have came from different systems, from different cultures, and the lifestyle or the way how they handle their things are totally different. They don't match ours if nobody explains them what are our way here. And they are really happy about that kind of background information. And then we had recently 3 Ukrainian ladies coming again because we have quite many returning customers as well. And they were kind of apologizing that I'm so sorry we are here again, but we don't know anybody here. But you and here, you, this office, we know, and we trust you. And this is so important to create that kind of trust that they know that this information, what they are getting from our office, is up to date, it's kind of true, and there is no error or misunderstanding between lines. So this is mainly what we do. Of course, as we aim this non-stop, one-stop shop idea, but we are still getting there. But all kind of Estonian language courses are offered also in our rooms, not by us, but we offer the facilities. Also that different cultural events, and we plan to start some personal activities as well, which were interrupted by coronavirus previously. So this is our little 3-person run Tartu Welcome Centre. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Just before giving the floor to Valentina, I would just like to also remind you that you can go to the menti.com, and if our technical support could kindly show once again the menti.com and the code, if it's possible, then it would be very, very nice that you would be a little bit more active with the questions and your arguments. Thanks a lot. And now I will give the floor to Valentina to present the local level integration system, which is in place in the intercultural city of Jonava. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. It's a great pleasure for me to be here and to discuss with you. And I will try to explain to present the case of Jonava city. I did something wrong. Yeah, thank you. So, we really, as a director of Social Services Center, I would like to say just a few words about our Social Services Center. We are the biggest social organization in our city, and every year we have more than 7,000 clients from very different target groups. So we are working with disabled people, we are working with elderly people, we are working with families who experience risk, we are working with victims of domestic violence and other people who are in crisis, and refugees, forced immigrants, foreigners are just one of our target group. And we try to involve them to our social services system in our municipality, and do it for several years. What should we do and what should we understand then we want to involve refugees or immigrants or foreigners to the exist social services system? We should know our target group. So we should have the knowledge about them. We should understand their situation. We should know their cultures. We should understand PTSD information, trauma experience, and other things. The another point what we should do, it is to prepare our staff, because then we work with refugees, we should be prepared. So we should put attention to the social workers, to the teachers, to the doctors, to the another specialists who work with refugees. And the another point what we should do, it is task which we should do, it is to work with local communities and work with their ethnical stereotypes, work with too positive or too negative expectations, because we have different expectations to different target groups. For example, we have too positive expectations to refugees from Ukraine. We just expect that they all tomorrow will work, because we have this expectation. So we should work with local community, and just after that we can speak about intercultural communication and about integration to a local system. So speaking about integration, we understand it is as a two-way complex process which need the preparation not only of forced migrants. Yes, we're speaking about Lithuanian language courses, we're speaking about integration to a labor market and so on, but we should also prepare our society for accepting new members. And what we really try to do, and we are doing it in our center, we are organizing meetings with local communities, for local communities, just trying to train them on working with refugees, to get them intercultural communication skills. And we are doing it not just in Jonava city, but we had some projects and activities and did it in another cities of Lithuania, Raseiniai, Kaišiadorys, Kaunas, and so on. We also have prepared the methodological recommendation for experiential teaching, and we think that experiential teaching is the most suitable method for prepare people who are working with refugees, for preparing the staff, especially then we are speaking about social workers, because social workers became key providers of assistance for forced migrants into a new host society, and it's very important to help them to prevent burnout, to decide some emotional problems which they are really experience. Then they work with people who experienced trauma issues, who have a lot of problems, and it's very important to help to the staff. As Karolis mentioned, Jonava became the member of Intercultural Cities community, and we're really very proud because of it, because we are the first city in Baltic countries which became the member of this community. And as the members of this community, we also organize different intercultural events, afternoons, and other activities, and we try to involve to this activity power persons from Jonava region. Then I say power person, I mean people who are working in municipality government. I'm speaking about the directors of different organizations. It can be business organizations, and it can be schools, libraries, cultural centers, and other organizations, healthcare organizations, and so on. Police, for example, Department of Jonava, and we think that it's very important because then we give them the knowledge of intercultural communication. Then they know foreigners who are living in Jonava better. They can organize, and they are organizing different activities by themselves without our social services center, just trying to be more friendly to refugees or to foreigners who live in Jonava. I should say that every crisis can be understood as a problem and can be understood as a possibility. I'm really very glad that Jonava municipality understood this crisis, that crisis which we had last year, speaking about the migrants who came to Lithuania through Belarus. And this crisis, speaking about the war in Ukraine, as the possibility to do something more systematic. And they understood that our activities with refugees, with immigrants, shouldn't be just based on projects activities. We should do it, we should organize some and create some system. And they put their attention and put their money and get us the new function as the function of information center for immigrants who are living in Jonava. And it doesn't matter what kind of status do they have. So all foreigners who are living in Jonava, they have the possibility to come to our organization and get the help. So what we are doing, we are working with different groups of migrants, and one of them, it is, in Lithuania, we call them illegal migrants. I'm not sure that we should call them like this. It is just people who believed that they will get the better life, safer life in Europe, and came from Belarus to Lithuania. And now they are close to the Refugee Reception Center, which is also in our Jonava region. And what we are doing in our department in Rukla, we are organizing different activities for them out of the center, because it's very important to give them possibility, give these people possibility to meet local community, to be not closed as in prison, but to have these activities together with local community. And we are organizing a group session for the promotion of the social integration of unaccompanied minors, Lithuanian language courses, women group of psychosocial support, and different consultations, and so on. We are also working with refugees who granted asylum. As rule, they are from Afghanistan, Syria, Iraq, and Chechnya. And we also promote them, the group, we organize them a group session of the promotion of the social integration, language courses, mutual support groups, development of social skills, individual social consultations, ecological consultations, and we also have free children daycare centers, and these centers are common. And all our activities also, they are common, especially just Lithuanian courses are different, but we have common activities in which take part not just foreigners, but also our Lithuanian people, and children are also attending the children daycare centers, in which you can meet Lithuanian children from Lithuanian families, and also from families from Afghanistan, Syria, and other. And the another group, it is Ukrainian war refugees, and we provide them the same or very similar services, but maybe one thing which is new, we have now a Ukrainian Sunday school, and we also organize it in our social services center. So, shortly about us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Valentina, for this very great example of really non-selective approach, and where the systems is actually focusing on all the refugees. And by the way, I understood that this is not just a information center, it's also service provision center at the same time. So they are not just providing information as a one-stop shop, but also providing all the services as a one-stop shop, both services and information, and for all refugees in one place. So thanks a lot. And I would like to invite Ilse, the head of Society Integration and Participation Division from Riga municipality, and Ilse will talk about the newly established registration center for the Ukrainians in Riga. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. So I will start with the, okay. Which one?
The green one. The green. The largest.
Should I point it? Ah, okay.
So this one or
the next one?
This one.
No, the next
okay.
One. Yes, yes. Thank you. Sorry for that. So from the beginning, Riga municipality and the state opened the toll-free informative phone lines which worked for 24 hours, 7 days a week. And these helplines give people information, up-to-date information about all available help and support for Ukrainians when they came to Latvia. First of all, of course, about accommodation and any urgent matters. And then for example, the helpline of municipality about all the services available in Riga. And also, which was important, that state helpline provided information for locals, for Latvians, how they can engage and support Ukrainians, like engage in voluntary work or donate for support. Yes, this is the same slide, sorry. And then the next step was already 3rd of March, Parliament of Latvia adopted a special law with the purpose to provide assistance to Ukrainian civilians. And this special legislation equalize Ukrainian civilians' rights to the ones of the citizens of Latvia. So in meaning full access to the social security and the labor market, healthcare, and etc. And according to this law, the state shall compensate the municipalities for assistance provided. Before that, the city didn't have much experience in supporting refugees, since it's always have been a responsibility of government, of the Ministry of Interior, and but in generally in Latvia has not received so large flows of refugees. And now with Ukrainians, this is the biggest number of refugees we are working, and we understand that a lot of these people also see Latvia and Riga in particular as a place to stay, not only to transit, and to stay even if it's temporary. And after that, decision of Riga City Council were made to establish the Riga Support Center for the residents of Ukraine, because it was clear that people will come, and of course, particularly to Riga, and most of the people will stay in Riga because this is the place where they know they can get more easy the support and access to all the services. And the center, so decisions were made in the 4th of March, and the center were opened at the 7th of March, and since then it is working every day, and it's working like the center is operating as a one-step agency for Ukrainians to receive essential state and municipality services and consultations. And the center is working according to algorithm, which was agreed with all the involved state and municipality institutions. And for example, for the first week of work, algorithm was analyzed and adjusted every night, coming together all involved institutions. And from the beginning, operation of center were ensured by employees of the municipality, who were transferred from their direct responsibilities, and they worked in the center even more than the regular working hours. But after that, after 2 weeks, the new unit was established for the operation of this center. And I have to say that in the first days, there were like 60, 70, 100 people coming for the first time registration in the center. And, but of course, now when the system is working and when the flow is not so large anymore, so it's like maybe 70, 60 persons per day for the first registration. But of course, they come not only for the registration, so it's still around 300 persons per day. So the residents of Ukraine can receive advice and practical support in the center, and they can resolve all the essential questions related to accommodation. The first place, of course, is accommodation. And then also apply for the visa, for the resident permit, and receive all the documentations, which is the second most popular service they need. And then, of course, get different other services like applying for the social benefits, consultation of the social worker, registration for the school or kindergarten, and consultation on employment. And which is also important in the center is working NGO resource point, which is uniting NGOs and offering the help in situations where which is not covered maybe by state and municipality, or which is like very urgent, and for example, or for the specific groups, connecting people with these NGOs who can help. And of course, the system is improving every day, and adding new services or reducing the services is not needed anymore. And here you can see some pictures from the center. And have to say that from the first day of the war, NGOs have been very actively involved in providing support and working together really with the state and the municipality institutions to find a better way and to provide a better support. And for example, also NGOs was involved not only in the crisis support, but also, for example, created various online support forms. For example, one was Ukraina-Latvia.com, which contained the necessary information for Ukrainians coming to Latvia, starting from arrival and ending with the long-term stay. And also this platform offers Latvians possibility to engage and offer their help. So it's a very useful tool. And other actor there is the volunteers, which give the large support in the running of the center. There are around 500 volunteers working in the center, and it is very important that also half of the volunteers are Ukrainians, which came first for the help, and after they stay and become volunteers and help in running the center. And in the first day of the center, there were 10 volunteers. And of course, after the first day, we understand that 10 volunteers is nothing, and not nothing, but it's not enough. And the next days, there were 80 volunteers every day working in 2 shifts. And now it's around 40 volunteers working every day. And so the main challenges are of course, unpredictability about the flows of the people, about their intentions for the final destination, about the length of their stay. And of course, in the more general question now, it's about the challenges are about the housing, because the Latvian plan was designed for the first 90 days, which were guaranteed from the state, supporting municipalities in providing this accommodation and catering and everything. And this 90 days, of course, is over now. And just now, the government accepted prolonging this care for 30 days. But of course, it's not a long-term and sustainable plan. So now it's this is the problem the Latvian government have to solve now to make this plan sustainable and for the longer term. And the success of this story was cooperation, because it was established between the municipality, between state and NGOs, and it was overcoming every administrative barriers which was before. And the role of center in long-term integration process is planned to open and still unused floors of the center, and add additional activities, for example, Latvian language courses on the site, introduction to some interest activities, some learning activities, and opening also the place for NGO activities oriented on integration and social inclusion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ilse. I think this, the last slide, it's quite promising when you really see that the registration center is becoming one-stop shop for services and information, which is really great and promising. And now we will move to our online speakers. And I would like now to give the floor to Lisbeth, who is a leader of the network with Heart for Arendal in Oslo, in School of Architecture and Design of Norway. So, dear Lisbeth, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Perfect, we can perfectly see you and can hear you. So the floor is yours, and thank you for joining us from Norway.
Thank you. I just have to clarify that, yes, I am also in Oslo, but the network I'm leading is in the south of Norway, in Arendal, in the south region. And the network is based on, it's not moving my presentation, so I don't know why. You can see my presentation, but it's not moving. So.
Not moving yet.
There.
Yes, perfect.
It should be okay. Always some technical challenges. That is how life is also. So I will not go into details, but thank you for all the other interesting presentation. And we do have, of course, a big social office, and we have a welcoming hub run with many volunteers. But I will tell you a little bit about how we have built up a network for integration and citizenships that is between the public sector and research, NGOs, citizens or individuals who really want to make a difference, the business sector and cultural sector. So I'm leading more than 100 organizations and institutions in a dialogue-based, co-creation-based approach, because we figure out we need to be all at the table if we want to make inclusion possible. And it's insane to think that we can do same things as we used to do. So we also try to think, how can we do everyday work differently and be creative? And we also dream. We dream that it's possible to do different things and to make a change. We say, why not? But it's a hard everyday work, and we just use the word of Fred Kent. You have to turn everything upside down to get the right side up, meaning that there are nothing that should not be discussed or maybe done in a different way. We should not just do business as usual. And I also want to share that Arendal was known in Norway and also outside Norway for being this knock you down city, where we had the first organization, right-wing organization, Norway Against Immigration. And there were street fights and battles. But also I want to share this citing from one of the newspaper in Oslo, that radical ideas have greater power than terrorism. So at the same time as we need to work on the services and the welcoming hubs, we need to try to create a care for each other culture, meaning hard work every day and showing new situations. We have to actively make new stories. We have, amongst other, a lot of activation initiatives like this one, where we gather newcomers. They can hardly speak a word Norwegian, and they meet as many people from the city. It could be 20, 50, 100, and we do it maybe every second month in public spaces or indoors. It started like this, and we have spread this method to all over Agder, which is the region. So I will also share, it's a little bit about the mentality to see somebody you don't see, and you maybe don't ever say hello to a newcomer in your city. So we are not forcing anybody, but we are challenging them to meet another face. And also, we have a little fun. Well, this is our mayor, and he was invited to a fair at the marketplace in Arendal. And we laughed a little because he stepped up on a table on a playground. But we also need to see the politicians coming out of the office and the typical ways of acting. And then again, what do we do when we integrate? Are we looking a little bit beyond, like saying hello, informing people where they can go and get to know somebody? Or are we actively asking, where do you come from? What do you wear when you have a festivity or a marriage? And can we find some similarities? Maybe we have the same colors in our suits, and maybe we have some embroidery techniques. And we exhibit ourselves, the new Arendal, we and our costumes. And we also have a big exhibition coming up between the everyday work of making small courses in embroidery, sharing ideas. So we actually work together. And in 2015 and 16, we had hundreds and hundreds of newcomers, refugees from Syria and other countries, and we didn't know exactly what to do. So what we did was to invite to a welcoming party, or several ones. And the only thing we asked the refugee centers was to say to people they should bring something, do something, share something. It could be a dance, it could be a song, maybe a song from an iPhone that we could listen to together in this public space. And 1,000 people got together and then it's a new story is made. It's a new story, it's a new visual story about what we want to be, a welcoming city. But then you have this more small details in the everyday work, the hard things. How can we make a dream of the women, Muslim women, to be part of the board of the mosque? Well, our mayor and deputy mayor established a dialogue with the mosque. And finally, 3 women came into the board, and there were no bad guys. Everybody had success, even the spokesperson from the mosque, because we managed to move some stones. And then again, we are not finished. Things are happening. And in 2017, in the Norwegian Democracy Week, which is annually in Arendal, Sian, a right-wing woman, attacked a Muslim woman. And of course, the Sian woman was escorted out of the city and was not allowed to come back within a week. But the local priest reached out and asked the police, can I invite these 2 women back into town just for a dialogue? And she did. And you can look to the left of the new story we told, and left above, you saw the story from some days before. So we are actively in our network working to change the story that we cannot accept, but we try to do so with dialogue. And then we were asked in our network, could we do a kind of people meet people with all kinds of beliefs and non-beliefs? And we were 70 people talking about why we believe things or not and what are our values. And actually the whole event reached the national television news and made an impression even on people in Arendal. That was us. We did this. And then out to the streets and get involved. To the right, you see all the partners, police and restaurants and our network, municipality. We work on a big program to get involved in our city, to fight drugs and to be more inclusive. And to the right, the year after the attack of the Muslim woman, 2 men from the mosque are dialogue hosts, are guiding the extremists when they do expression against the Muslim tradition, so they can go safely through the streets. And then bring in the young people. We have seen that many of the nice public places are left not used, actually. They are used for fests and for festivals and so on. And we are actively working with young people out of school and out of jobs also, and they can activate the different spaces. And the business sector are supporting economically. So we have a program throughout every week of the summer where they can conquer and be visible and be successful in facilitating games and play for people. But of course, All this is based on policy documents, plans, UN goals for our municipal plan. And we have had many, many workshops and different kinds of methods to include people, also newcomers. We have had translators to help us so we can share those dreams and visions for the city they just arrived in. So we need to anchor our goals and be sure we have policy for the coming years of how to work. And we also need to get involved with young people. In this case, for the municipal plan, the mayors visited all the schools, invited some students back to make a big exhibition. What are the dreams for the future? What are the goals from our children and youth? And what are the challenges? And then again, we base our work on a serving leadership principle and co-creation. We should serve the society and each other and the newcomers. We need to go out of the office as often as possible just to have a look. How are the different areas of a city doing? Have you been walking in an area you usually don't do? Just look, just see if things are okay. And then we need other organizations and people in this municipality to see what is behind the facade, what challenges could be in the rooms and in the homes. But that is another story. And don't forget to collect people's dreams. We have a dream laboratory, the little frame. Always some youth are walking around with this, taking pictures and asking people in festivals or in other kinds of festivities, what is your dream for the city? What is not working? It is noted down and we take it into a platform and use it for our common plans. So we need to solve also those small everyday problems. We have a lot of activation programs for play in the public spaces, pop-up arrangements, and also a lot of biking projects between elderly and young people and newcomers. That could be a biking bus and take elderly people in Arendal around as a start of a work and get to know the language better. So we have to act, play, work together, test and try harder. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I really do hope you'll be able to stay until the end in our Q&A session, because definitely an audience and me, myself, will have questions for you. And now we're moving to the last presentation from Iceland. Nicola, can you hear us and can you see us?
Yes. Yep, I can see you. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you perfectly. So the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here with you today. My name is Nicole Lee Mosti, Director of the Multicultural Information Center, or as we call it in Iceland, Fjölmenningarsetur. And today I'll be introducing to you the coordinated reception of refugees in Iceland. And I'd like to just excuse myself for a moment to say that I did not prepare this speech today with regard to the current situation we are in with the multiple of refugees coming from the Ukraine, as it's a fast-moving process and there are changes, and we are trying our best to hold to the values and the qualities that are encompassed within our coordinated reception of refugees with relation to that. The primary aim, just to explain before I go into this, is to explain our sort of history here in Iceland regarding the reception of asylum seekers and refugees. It's quite short. As you can imagine, a small island with a small population in the middle of the North Atlantic. This is sort of relatively new for us. So we're continually developing and creating better ways. And what we found we really needed to do was to create a system where we're learning and adjusting and changing and making sure that we protect the equality in rights and services, so that it doesn't matter how you come to Iceland, which manner of refugee status you have or obtain, or where you live in Iceland. And our primary aims are, of course, to improve those services for refugees after they receive international protection, to create a system with continuity in services from the provision of this international protection all the way through to permanent residence, that people maybe don't feel in their skin all of the divisions of services and levels of government and different providers. Just there's this continuance that you're integrating into society. We work to coordinate reception systems for refugees, regardless, as I mentioned, of how they arrive in Iceland or where they end up living, meaning refugees who are invited formally by the federal government through IOM programs, whether you're an asylum seeker who receives protection, if you receive protection on humanitarian grounds, or if you come through family reunification, you shouldn't feel a difference in the services you receive. We try to collaborate efforts by professionals across all spectrums and all disciplines from national level through the grassroots, working together to provide services and programs with specified integration and always creating that opportunity for each refugee to participate fully in local communities, cities, and towns. And finally, to ensure that refugees experience a sense of security from the first initiation of reception efforts and receive the support needed to flourish here in Iceland. Our role specifically has to do with providing refugees with information regarding those very important first steps, their rights, how systems and society works in Iceland. Any immigrant, myself, I am an immigrant, will agree that those first steps are very critical into integration. But we don't only work with refugees, we also work with service providers to make sure that that integration is fully understood. We invite refugees to participate in the coordinated reception program. We pair refugees who do accept this offer with the host municipalities. We provide the municipalities with professional guidance, advice, certain checklists. I know it's not a very interesting thing to say, but it's really important that we don't forget to do what needs to be done and to remember the individual needs of people coming here regarding reception and integration. Also, we provide additional counseling for other government agencies throughout the different disciplines, whether it be education, welfare, job market search, and grassroots organizations as needed. We ensure the dissemination and sharing of knowledge. And I'm sure anyone who works in this field understands the importance of this, that the shared knowledge and experience between professionals and this creation of a network, it helps to provide that continuity and make the experience of security for every refugee lasting. And most importantly, and I place a lot of ambition here, that our agency works as a bridge regarding information, a bridge between people, a bridge between systems, and a bridge between the levels of government. How does it work? There are basically 3 major steps, and within each major step, there are different roles, different levels of government, different actors. The first step is that first contact, getting the process started, and that happens with referrals from the Directorate of Immigration when an asylum seeker receives their status, or when family reunifications are set in action. And also when refugees are invited by the Icelandic government, interviews through the internet with IOM, and that most important reception at the airport. We can never minimalize the steps that we take in receiving and that first contact. Love at first sight, it's an important thing. And a good reception is the first step to opening the bridges to trust. Secondly, the dissemination of information and the assessment interview is carried out with us at our offices or on site if need be. And these interviews and this dissemination of information, they're individualized and they're really focused on providing information, answering questions, allowing people to open up so we can assess their needs, so that when we offer a choice of a municipality and we look to the services and the individual plans that were created for each refugee, that they are true to their needs, true to their expectations, and true to their understandings. And then 3, people are moved to the municipality where they're given a social affairs caseworker who is assigned to enroll the refugee in all the different integration, intervention, empowerment programs and plans and services. And they're all listed there, but I'm going to use the next slide to really set things in motion. This is how it looks. I know this isn't anything that is going to get anyone excited, but I really want to point out that this really shows the importance of those aims I highlighted in the first slide with continuity, because there are different systems, there are different agents at work here, whether they be private, governmental, or at the local level. And what our job to do is to make it so no one feels all of these boxes and arrows. They just feel they're moving forward and into something. On the left-hand side, this sort of shows out the formal process of when refugee status is granted and getting the program up and running through to that initial interview I just explained. And then here on the right, you'll see 2 different slides. There's one on top and one on the bottom. And what I want you to notice is that they look almost the same. If you can't read Icelandic, you can see there are a lot of the same things there. The only difference is that on the in the slide or the picture on the top, there are 2 additional boxes in the beginning. This is the diagram or the layout for a person who accepts the coordinated reception plan, and they are provided an individual caseworker. And this caseworker sort of guides them through and supports them through all of the services and rights they have access to. In the bottom slide, you'll see all of the services and rights and programs. They're still there. And people can still look to a social worker, and they can still look to us to have information and access to those things, and the different agencies that do that. They are just on their own. And this is a choice every individual refugee has to take. They can take the coordinated effort and have that partner, or they can do it on their own and still have access, but without that guide holding their hand. At the local level, I just want to highlight this so you can understand the importance of the integration schemes, how the social worker, they're here in the center in the green, their goal is to find a municipality that fits each refugee, as I explained in our interview. And then at the local level, each refugee is given the tools, information, and support they need to build a good life here in Iceland. If we go counterclockwise, you'll see in the left-hand corner, we've got the Directorate of Labor, who's an active participant, and they help to support people finding a job, enrolling in Icelandic courses, and sort of, we call them social cultural courses, where they sort of understand what Iceland is, how it is living here, different important things about where you've just moved. Additionally, our caseworkers help to support people in getting educational needs and desires meted, whether it be all the way from, as many people have mentioned, preschool, grammar school for young children, upper secondary school, and re-enrolling in high school or continued education courses to support that part of integration. Healthcare, including mental health, and support are initiated. Housing needs, counseling as to where to find housing, and support regarding financing, that all important move. And then finally, up in our upper right-hand corner, we have our NGOs at the local level, how they work with the different municipalities and different grassroots programs that are offered for integration and facilitating person into society. And how does it feel? I snatched a few pictures from some different community-based programs where you might not recognize, and you won't recognize the difference here between an immigrant or a refugee or a regular Icelander. To the right, it's a local NGO for women of multi-ethnic origins, where they have a summer gardening program where everyone are welcome to join. And at that community level, women who are vulnerable or refugees, or however we want to explain, they come and they integrate and utilize resources at the community level and enjoy themselves while doing so. become a part of the society they've moved to. And on our right, we have here an important figure at our Child Protective Services agencies at the government level, providing a course for people of multi-ethnic origins again as well, parents, regarding children's rights in Iceland, the importance of the different laws and regulations for children throughout systems, and the different services that are available to parents adjusting to a new culture. I'd like to thank you for your time, and should you have any further questions, feel free to contact us or send us your questions. Thank you
very much. So, colleagues, we have quite a lot of time, around 16 minutes for the questions and answers and other kind of arguments that you have. So who would like to start? I see Olga. Yes, can you bring the mic?
No?
Yeah,
Yes.
it works.
Now it works. Thanks a lot to all the presenters. It was really interesting to hear your experiences. But I have a question to the last presentation, about last presentation maybe. I hope that Nikolai is still there and she can hear me. Yes, hi. So you said that each refugee or each newcomer can choose whether he's going to integrate on her own or he will have the supporting hand of some special social worker. How many people choose this supporting way of integration? And have you evaluated what are the results at the end of the process? Who integrates better, or whose results are better, or who feels better in the society after all? Thank you.
Oh, I knew there would be a question with statistics. No, I don't have those numbers with me. No, we haven't evaluated the difference. One thing that I can say in all honesty is we get just as many questions and requests for assistance from social workers and from immigrants or refugees themselves, regardless whether they go through the coordinated reception or not. So even though people have this choice, they're still open to all the services and support that they need, but maybe not in such what do you want to say, a systemic manner. People maybe have a little bit more freedom. Some people come again and again to us rather than going to a social worker for certain questions to be answered. We honestly believe that people should have a choice, but that our role is always to protect the fact that everyone has the same rights. And if anyone feels that they're not getting their services, they can come back and we can continue to support them, even though they've chosen not to take. Sometimes, if I just explain, maybe one of the reasons that someone doesn't go to a specific municipality is because they've already found a job. They've already found a path that they'd like to take and they'd like to try on their own. And I think that that's very important, that we understand that through integration, that people do have that right.
Thanks a lot, Nicola. And are there any other questions? Because I have quite a few. So maybe I will just now try to bring our colleague from Norway, Lisbeth, here to the forefront of the screen and ask a bit more about the policy response and the legal framework, because it was really interesting to see all those interesting activities, and at the very beginning I really thought that these activities are more like the project-based, they're more ad hoc, but then you showed one slide and it just told us that it's really embedded in the policy framework. So could you tell us a bit more about this policy framework, whether you have one specific document for the integration or inclusion, or that's part of the Sustainable Development Agenda where you have many kind of things, including the cohesive society, and how does it look like at the top management level within the policy framework? Thank you.
Yes, please. We do have an integration policy, a detailed one, but also we have implemented the UN goals as good as we can in the overall municipal plan. We are already doing a new process with also the Adult Learning Center and all the others involved, where we want to go into it more specifically. And in each area, we have specific goals, like how we have turned around some of the services. So many of the services are visiting the Adult Learning Center or the Refugee Center at daytime and have offices there one time a week each, like the health organization or the health department or the family office, and is then part of the everyday school life when people learn Norwegian. So we have what should you say, decentralized many services to also be out in the schools and also in adult learning center. And we have a platform decided in 2018, which is the platform for co-creation and voluntary work. We spent 2 years on principle for how to be, how to act, and how the policy should be approached, amongst other, how the municipality is approaching private and voluntary sector and vice versa. But it can seem like ad hoc actions, but at the voluntary adult learning center and voluntary centers, we have concrete key persons who coordinates the communication I have with them. So there is one position at the adult learning center or the school of refugees that I can be in contact with in 1 minute. And she can also give me input on, let's say, a group of newcomers that have specific skills. And I can have very quickly the working group with business leaders and the leaders of the municipality. And we have the political top leader in the network meetings. So the network is paid. My position is paid by the municipality, but it's a shared board where we discuss and see how we can do things. And through the pandemic, we were very quickly up and could talk to a lot of organization and give information on how to act, what not to do, because we did not exactly know how people could be ill and what kind of voluntary work would be requested. So, and we also have a digital platform for that kind of request and activity where you can go in and say, I want to be a voluntary, or you can see what is needed. So the municipality and the organizations are sharing activities on this big digital platform. So that's one example. There is a lot of integrated digital and structural systems working, if I could say it like that. And then, we have all the other policy documents and action plans.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for this. And just maybe quickly to come back to Nicole, because you told a lot about the system and the systematic approach, but also I know that you recently have been really focusing on the building of the system. So, and you have many elements in place, but what has still to be done in the next couple of years to have, the holistic approach?
We really need to focus a lot on job market integration and upward mobility in society. We've landed low here in Iceland on the MEPEX indexes in this area, both 2015 and 2019. And in all honesty, I think there are some red flags about the danger of us creating sort of a lower rung in society for immigrants, and where refugees are the most vulnerable. We need a better assessment of educational merits so people can get into the job market at higher positions. We also need a better assessment of real and soft job skills and experiences to support them in it. We need a much better targeted and social integration projects for elderly, because they have the most difficulty in integrating here because of language skills and those social connections. And in Iceland, I found this myself as an immigrant being here 20 years. We're very familial. And when you come in new and you don't have that language and that connection through your job, you kind of stand outside. And we also need more targeted language integration in the labor market with practical use and technical Icelandic, which collaborate and facilitate that upward mobility. And finally, something that I believe is Ukraine, the situation we're in with Ukraine is really helping us with, but we need to be a little bit more targeted, well, actually a lot more targeted, is community awareness regarding integration. It's wonderful that we have NGOs and systems that are all working this way, but as a community, we need to do this better. We need to work a little bit more on anti-bias campaigns and cultural competency training for service providers, so that all of these systems and things we're creating, they flow throughout.
And last question towards you. Are you planning to use the same system for Ukrainian reception integration, or are you planning to do alternative system?
We're trying to right now, like I'd said in the beginning, we're utilizing it. Our role has expanded a bit now. We're taking a chunk of the housing situation and helping to sort that out and have that a part of our process, which is very interesting. And it brings me back to the question about people choosing to go through the coordinated reception or on their own. We have found Ukrainians come and sometimes they're here just within a few days and they've already found a job, and they're already thinking where they'd like to go and what they'd like to do. So in many ways, we're sort of coordinating around their wishes and trying to do our best to guarantee that they're getting this reception and that social workers are aware and everything is going. So yes, we're doing our best to do it and learn and continue to develop on the fly.
Thanks a lot, Nicola, and our best to Norway and to Iceland. And I think now I will turn to our three Baltic colleagues from Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, because what we heard today it's quite of the very different models and the processes in Nordic and the Baltic countries. When from the Danish example, we heard that the Danish system is scaling up. The government is scaling up the existing system to welcome, to receive and integrate Ukrainians. On one hand, on the other hand, we see that the Baltic countries, they are building the systems either from the scratch, or they are reconsidering basically, to create something from the very beginning by learning, by doing, which is also not bad. But at the same time, we have seen incredible amount of financial and human resources which have been placed on the Ukrainian reception and integration. And logically looking at long-term thinking, and again, I'm looking at Jonova's example, we really see that it would be really a pity if, all these millions of euros and new knowledge and capacities and coordinating systems would be lost in translation into the short-term goals rather than the long-term goals, by not just using all this knowledge for the Ukrainians, but for all the other foreigners, not necessarily only refugees. So my question is to all of you, and I know that there are different approaches. I see from the Tartu Welcome Centre that at the very beginning, your center is supposed to work with the, like maybe high qualified migrants and maybe with the students, and then you are moving also to Ukrainians. Jonava has also placed focus from the very beginning on the non-selective approach, while still in Riga you have the reception center only for Ukrainians. How you would see all these resources and enormous new capacities, knowledge, know-how, systems could be, translated in the long-term integration vision, not necessarily in those few centers that you are presenting, but more overall at a local level. We can start from Latvia, and then we can go to Lithuania and Estonia. It's like, yeah.
Okay, is working? Yes.
Yeah.
So it's, what can I say, that we have gained a lot of really experience how to deal with this kind of situation, and it's a lesson we learned. It's really great, but in general terms, the system haven't changed at least yet in Latvia, and the political decision have not taken to give this responsibility about refugees and asylum seekers to municipalities. So it's state responsibility, and as for Ukrainians, because of this law, it's they're not treated as refugees, but as equalized with local citizens. So that's my comment. On how.
Valentina, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that we all have very good chance to improve our systems because. Especially if we have different view on refugees, now we can just use the possibility to be together with refugees, especially those communities who hadn't this possibility before the Ukraine war. So now we have a lot of refugees. So now we all will have the experience, and if we will use our experience for working not just with refugees from Ukraine, but for working with refugees from all our countries. So we will learn from this situation, and maybe we will avoid some mistakes in the future. So I think we have the chance.
Janika, over to you.
Yes, I think that as our organization, we started with internationals, newcoming internationals, not so much about refugees. And then at one point we had many refugees coming in. And we realized that there is actually not a huge difference of information what we have to spread. Maybe a little bit details are different, maybe more emotional or kind of that kind of support, but the difference is not so huge. So I think that in the future, longer run, we should not focus so much on separately refugees center and then kind of normal international center. So it can be just a common center, and why not if there is a young person coming to university cities to study first time from their family, even local ones, they might have kind of the same questions. So we don't have to divide into different boxes people so much. We just could spread this information from one place to everybody who wants to hear it.
Thank you very much. And yeah, unfortunately, our panel and the whole event is coming to the end. So thank you for all the speakers online and being present with us here. Thanks a lot. And I'm also really happy that we are really right on time now, because now we have 3:30, and I would like to invite Piret Hartman, Undersecretary for Cultural Diversity at the Ministry of Culture of Estonia. So please, the floor is yours to close the conference, and my job today is over. Thank you. Yeah.
So thank you for this possibility. I was making all the day some remarks in my computer, and it was really interesting. And some of these remarks I will tell you. First of all, of course, it's so nice to see you here face to face, not in the online. Sometimes you already forget if you have the real people, or here it's so different. So thank you for coming. Thank you for coming guests also abroad and from Estonia. It is nice to see you. Why the topic is very important for us, or why we were proposing it. As our minister said, that last year our government was agreeing with the Cohesive Estonia 2030, the very important strategy for us how to work with the integration topics. And one of the 6 focus topics was how to empower the local governments. So this is really important, because we think, and it is so, the local governments are the closest to the people, and the people really go there to get if they have some problems, the local government is really solving them the first. But starting from the end of these talks, I think it is really time when we can do something very big in this integration field. Of course, it's very sad what's going on, and seeing all these pictures from the Ukraine, seeing the people who are coming here and their stories. But for our policy, this is really the possibility to make a big change. I think we all have seen it. Sometimes you talk about your things and the other people from the other fields, they don't understand what you are talking. Politicians don't understand. But now everybody understands why it is very important to adapt the people, to integrate the society and to work with the different communities. So it is really big possibility also for us and responsibility also. What Minister said is that, of course, this crisis is the exam for us, and very huge exam. And what he also said that we have to find the common language. It is really the integration is the two-way road, and it's not ending process. Krista Hoglund said that we live today in the different world what was yesterday. And these crises are not finishing. In the future, we will also have to handle with them. And it is really an enormous task to welcome the refugees. And we have to really think how to help integrate. And that's why we have to, it's very important to exchange also the experiences, what we do today. And he also said very important words in the end, that everybody can help. We all have to think how we can help. Tiit Tammaru told us about the situation in Sweden and how the non-segregated neighborhoods and segregated neighborhoods are related with the working and with the getting the job. And I think one important thing he also said that sometimes we hope that these areas what are non-segregated neighborhoods, they become segregated, but it's not. The development is the other way. And so we have to know it. And when we have right now the crisis with the Ukraine, we have to really think about it, that to avoid this segregation from the beginning. And he also said that it's very important what education people have. And in Estonia, we also know that the people who came here, 60% of them have higher education. So I hope this is the light end of the tunnel for us also. Christopher, it was really inspiring things what you told us. I think what I remembered was that it's not only important the experience you have in your homeland, but it is very much influencing the things what are going in the land you are coming. So we shouldn't forget it. And he also told that very important is the health system, that we have to be ready in the right time, and also what's going on in the school, that the school is the place what have to support, and the people who are working in the schools, they have to know what to do, and they need to have the enough resources, the staff and the people who can help. The first debate, also both debates were very interesting, and I very much like that we integrate in the seminar and conferences the practical thing and also the researchers. But first debate, my good colleague Ave, she said how important it is to exchange the information between the partners, but also with the refugees who come here, that they would get right time, the right information. Mats was inspiring with these volunteers, that how many people they actually are involving in their organization. And of course, I understood that it is not happening just like that. You need the resources and you need really the people who are organizing these volunteers. And I think we in Estonia have to really much think how to do that. Ausra from Lithuania, I'm also believing that the culture is a great tool for the integration. In Estonia also the integration is in the Ministry of Culture, so in the right place. And I think it was for everybody great to see how art can actually be a good tool. Johanna from Sweden, I think her story told us that if we do something, the things have to be very diverse. It's not only like that we do the things with the culture or art, but we really have to have these different activities for the different groups. And it's really important to involve also these focus groups if we think something out, if we do, because they are good bridges to bring our focus groups to these activities. Anna from Finland told how the Red Cross is helping. For me, it was interesting to hear that Finland have 75 reception centers and also very many volunteers who are working every day, and how this big machine is really working. And Eva from Latvia told us that it's really important to have this integration system or this integration machine working even better and better. We still have to do the things that it would be better because we don't know what tomorrow is bringing, and we have to be ready with this machine. The second debate, Jaanika from Tartu. I think it's a great example how actually the local can support the adaptation and integration in the local level. And with Jaanika, we also have a great example how the public and how the public in the local level and public in the government level can work together. Valentina from Lithuania. I think what I was really getting there was preparing the people who are working with the refugees. Sometimes we think it's very easy to come and work as a volunteer with the refugees, but you have to really prepare the people who are coming. And also involving the local communities. Ilsa from Riga. Great work, the Latvians. So fast opening, so big one-stop center in Riga. I think it's amazing, and I for sure would like to see how you did it. And I think it's also really great example how the private, public and non-profit works together. Elizabeth from Norway, I liked all these thoughts what you gave in the beginning. I'm so much thinking the same as you. And building this networking and having so many people around your table, I think this is something that we all should learn. And of course the idea, you have to turn everything upside down to get the right side up. I will not forget this, what you said. And I think what I also liked was that you said you need to have plan. It's not that we do the things, but why and what we are doing, for what we are doing this. And also the thing that you have to really get out of your office and see what's going on in the fields. And dream and test and try. And from Nicole from Iceland, she said that it's important to also work with the service providers, and of course counseling all the other organizations who are not every day, whose goal is not every day to deal with the integration, and also networking. So this was my thoughts from the people who were making the presentations today. Finally, just one thought more. We are also Estonians officers going oftenly around Estonia in different places also to see what's really going on in the field. And we were in one nice local government in Estonia who are really successful. The people are going in this local government, and we were asking like how you do it, how you are so successful. And he said that if you have to swim against the river or the flow of the river, you have to really much move. So we have to be really active to solve all these challenges what we have. And I feel that every day we are running the sprint and the marathon in the same time. We have the things what we have to solve today, and we have to always think what are our goals in the long run. So I really, really appreciate the work what my colleagues are doing and what you are all doing. It's amazing. I think sometimes people don't see it, but I know it. And so thank you very much for that. And the cooperation is very meaningful. And I'm very thankful to the Nordic Council of Ministers and all colleagues from the Baltics also that we made this event really happening. I would like to ask here first Anneli, who is my good colleague and who was also organizing this event. Let's make her applause big. But of course, we would like to thank our partners, and I will give word to Anneli.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to you all who are here today with us in our nice museum in Tartu, Estonian National Museum. And I would like to give these flowers to my very good colleague and cooperation partner, Madis. Madis, please come here. This huge job here is made by you today. Actually, we started to plan this event already year 2020, and so was, of course, you know what happened in the world. And in January this year, we gathered again because we knew that this conference and this whole project is supported by the Nordic Council of Ministers. And so we just started to plan already in January. And I would like to also tell a big thank you to Janika, who is a very good cooperation partner for us, and also is involved in this project for 2 years. Thank you, Maya, for this nice job. And I also would like to thank very much the good moderators. Unfortunately, Raul has to leave already today, but Karolis, you have made a good job today. Karol is here. He's outside just now. Okay. Thank you. And thank you a lot to Tartu University, who also supported us so much. Tiit, please, you have been our good cooperation partner also for a long, long years. And I would like to thank very much also the municipality of Tartu, who also has supported us. Unfortunately, they also are not just now with her, but we will forward our thanks. And also I would like to thank this nice and wonderful team of the National Museum of Estonia, who have made possible to make this video conference and also supported us in everything. I don't know, is Saale Randaro here? Yes? I would like to forward you our thanks as well, please. And I would like to tell you all that our strength is in our cooperation and trust. And if we need each other, if we can take over the experiences, we have great, wonderful work in different levels, in between different countries. And I'm really sure that everything goes very good. With integration, with adaptation, and we win all these challenges. Thank you very much.
Anneli said, it has been a perfect team organizing this event here. Thank you very much to all our good partners whom Anneli already mentioned. Thank you all speakers and all participants here and over the web. And the team, our team member in Tallinn has been Anneli, whose idea actually it was to invite all of us to this conference. So thank you very much, Anneli, to the Minister of Culture, and to everybody here. Have a nice afternoon.